China. The world's oldest civilization was born here. Thousands of years later, it is one of the world's chess powerhouses. For most of the past 30 years, China has held the most prestigious title in women's chess. The legacy of the Women's World Championship is rich. Menchik, Gaprindashvili and Chibudanitsa, Kosteniuk, Xijun and Ho Yifan. Now, three-time world champion Zhu Wenjun is defending her title once more. After vanquishing the likes of Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryashkina, another rival awaits. Challenger Lei Tingjie had to defeat 3 grandmasters in matches herself to get here. In the first 2 rounds of the candidates, she took on sisters Maria and Anna Muzichuk and won. Then in the final, she beat former world champion Tang Zhongyi.
And that's it!
Resignation! Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 candidates finals.
Will Zhu Wenjun defend, or will we have a first-time champion, Lei Tingjie? Half the match is in Zhu's hometown of Shanghai, half the match in Chongqing, where Lei hails from. Who will win and claim their share of the €500,000 prize fund? Welcome to the official broadcast of the 2023 FIDE Women's Chess Championship. Hello everyone, and a huge welcome to Game 9 of the Women's World Championship. And as we return to Chongqing after yesterday's rest day, the match has gotten closer than ever, with both players winning 1 game each. The pressure is now on challenger Lei Tingjie. Will she manage to bounce back from her Game 8 loss? Or will reigning Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun continue her winning ways? Well, the jackets are there at the board, and we are waiting for the players. I'm your host, International Master Ivan Kahauska, and as always, it is a great pleasure to be commentating this game alongside someone who is just legendary. She is the only woman to have passed 2700. She's also the only woman to have competed in a World Championship tournament, and of course, she was the youngest women player to ever become Grandmaster. She became Grandmaster at 15 years old, smashing Bobby Fischer's record. It's none other than Grandmaster Judith Polgar. Judith, good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Are you excited?
I'm excited. To be honest with you, I think the chess will be a welcome distraction from the poor weather here in Norway.
Well, here I can say in Budapest that it's huge heat, but I have the feeling that in China, at the location of the World Championship match for the ladies, they are very much in a very, very tense atmosphere over there, because the match is really heating up, I must say. With the last victory of Zhu Wenjun, that little bit made everything back to track. So whoever likes to have excitement and follows the World Championship match, definitely they are happy because they got it.
They are happy, and as you mentioned, Judith, things are heating up, and let's take a look at the scoreboard for games 1 to 7. And there we did see that it was Lei Tingjie, the challenger, who got that very important win in game 5, and that meant she was leading the match. And then we fast forward on to games 7 to 12. We saw that game 7 and game 8 was all about reigning Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun. As the match shifted to Chongqing, that seems to have suited her, and it was in game 8, as you mentioned, Judith, that Zhu Wenjun made that important breakthrough and leveled the score. Well. And there we see Zhu Wenjun on the camera and Lei Tingjie in the playing hall. They are getting ready. Zhu Wenjun will play with the black pieces. Lei Tingjie does, of course, start with the white pieces. And what will it be about? Both players coming from this rest day. Lei Tingjie perhaps will be even more motivated? Should she steady the ship, play for a draw, or should she play in her very ambitious way and try to make that bounce back as quickly as possible, Judith? What do you think?
Well, I think it was kind of a very useful free day for both of the players because I believe that Wenjun, of course, she was very excited to equal the match. I mean, it was a very important victory because now in the last 4 games, everything restarts, kind of a mini match starts, right? And of course, from the other end, Lei is I mean, there was so much pressure, I think, which was accumulated, and then finally she lost. So, in one hand, of course, she was extremely frustrated, I believe. In the other hand, okay, now you have to take a huge breath again and win the match. If she wants to become a world champion, she has to show it again that she can score a full point again and take the lead. Whether she can do that right immediately after the free day in this game 9, I don't know, but that's for sure that things are getting closer to the end. So it's kind of tricky, but I feel that Lei did get a good rest, and she has a very positive attitude. The way I see the way she sits there, she shows her confidence. So I'm pretty sure that she's ready for a fight.
And Lei Tingjie has a very rare quality. She's very playful in her expressions, and also, as you mentioned, Judith, there doesn't appear to be any tension. She does seem to be enjoying the atmosphere of the board, and of course, the players in the appropriately color matching jackets. Lei Tingjie playing with the white pieces with a white jacket, and Wenjun, of course, responding with a black jacket. And I did notice in the last press conference that when Wenjun was asking how she felt, 8 out of 10, she responded with a very kind of symbolic answer. She said, I guess I feel like I'm 8 points. No, not 8 points. I'm feeling as happy like I'm 8 out of 10 because 8 is a good number for me. So,
well, the last game was 8. It was not a good number for her.
And also in the press conference, you couldn't have actually told from the body language, from the smiles, that Lei Tingjie had been the loser in that match. And these players, they're back at the board, and they do play in a very classical time control. It will be something like it will be 90 minutes for 40 moves, and the players will be getting bonus time of 30 minutes added after move 40. And of course, the players playing with a 30-second per move increment, which will be added from move 1. So this is something that both players are very familiar with. They've played with this time control for most of their lives, and so there doesn't need to be any adjusting there. And we are going back to the playing venue, the playing hall, where we see the players in their respective chairs. And we have to mention that these chairs have been personally handpicked by the players for their comfort, for their ease, and they're getting ready to make their first move of game 9.
Yes, it's interesting to see on these World Championship matches, and already sometimes on candidates tournament, we've seen that there were chairs, and some of the players, the organizers want to really give the best possible circumstances for the players. And of course, chair is something very important because you're sitting there for 4, 5, 6 hours. And I know that some players I think it was Ding who chose the very simple chair because he was complaining back when it was the previous World Championship cycle that the chair was too good, too comfortable. So he wanted just a simple classical chair to play in his game. And we can see, but this is also kind of part of the battle. I know that when Spassky and Fischer and later on when those players are checking the chair, and you can see that, well, yeah, it's good. No, I want the other one. It's too high. It's too low. It's too comfortable. It's turning. I need a fix. I mean, that's also kind of a psychological game. Who wants what? But yeah, we see two different chairs for the players, and
And
but some players just don't care. I didn't care much usually. And
well,
the game
you mentioned it
started.
there, the psychological game, and there we see the first move from Lei Tingjie. Well, she has opened with a king's pawn. She is sticking to what she has prepared, and this was the big question for me. What is Ju Wenjun going to play? And well, she's tried e4, e5, she's tried the Caracan, and now she is switching things up again because we see a Sicilian on the board.
That's going to be a lot of fun, potentially, at least.
It certainly
Let's see.
is. And we see Lei Tingjie open. No, sorry. We see, with the open Sicilian and Ju Wenjun responding with e6. Are we going to see a Taimanov? Are we going to see a Khan Sicilian or something else?
Well, first of all, let's hope for an open Sicilian to start with. That's what I'm hoping for, that it's not c3 now, that white is going to be playing deviation from the sharper Sicilians. But you can see on Lei Tingjie that she's thinking, she's confused. This is a typical look of Ivanchuk. usually he likes to look completely out of the sight of the board. But I think Ju Wenjun has seems to be she has a good strategy, and she shows her experience in a world championship match. She experienced already quite a lot to understand and to feel the psychology of the match, and also to understand herself, probably how she can motivate herself and how can she put herself into the flow during the game, changing openings, giving surprises to the opponent, because that's a very important part to make the opponent a little bit unstable, that she's not so secure that she understands what's going on, for sure. Because this is the biggest question in opening preparation, whether is your opponent going to have something at the board which she prepared, or are you going to give some confusion and little insecure feeling? What is it going to be? So now, well, what is it going to be? That's a good question, but it seems so that after knight c3, maybe knight c6, and is it going to be the Pelican, the Sveshnikov? We're going to transpose?
I was going to ask you, which your opponent has surprised you, and I'm just checking the database, and I can see the last time that Ju Wenjun played this system was 2018. So quite a while ago, even though it doesn't feel like it was that long. And she has played it on and off since 2010. So Ju Wenjun is familiar with this opening, and kind of curious as well to see what is Lei Tingjie's normal response to this particular setup.
Well, I believe knight db5 will be the move, but of course there is another option to play to exchange the knight, and after capturing to go e5. So there are two ways of playing it.
Okay.
And, yeah, I mean, generally speaking, of course, Lei Tingjie, she should be prepared, as it was part of the opening preparation of Ju Wenjun some years ago. At the same time, nowadays in your preparation, if you played something 5 years ago, it is not necessarily part of your repertoire. And we see knight c6. Yes, this goes to a very different structure than going to knight db5, which we mentioned before. e5 is the move, which should be...
It is the main move.
Yes, and it's on the board.
e5 on the board. And we're seeing knight d5 from Wenjun, and the player is playing very quickly, so quickly that I'm not able to go and check the database to see what Lei Tingjie normally responds. But
Well,
knight e4 played.
absolutely knight e4. This is the main line, and I remember I was playing this also with white some time ago, but I don't know now. What do they play these days? Is it queen c7 still? There are several options.
Yeah, queen c7 is the main move, as you just highlighted. Other moves are to go bishop b7, and you can throw in a move that we've seen Ju and Jun try many times: queen
F5?
a5, queen a5, queen a5, check, and f5. So that would be very committal. And c5 has also been played.
Yes, of course. It has to be preparation. It has to go quite a few moves further in the preparation, probably another 5-6 moves. It can easily be the case. Basically, black has to be fast. This is the most important thing, because if white could play right now c4, then and push the knight back and develop, then simply the pawn structure, having the pawn on e5, it's extremely powerful. So that's how that black should be playing very fast, forcing matters from white end. Bishop b7. As far as I remember, this was in my times. It was not considered at all a serious move. But of course, preparation these days are changing, and there are very new opportunities and new ideas with the engines.
Yeah, bishop b7 is certainly one of the main moves, and then, as you've indicated, white can actually just place c4 and ask questions to this knight already. And there is a big question, where do you put this knight? So for instance, the game that I have here, it's actually a blitz game between Jan Krzysztof Duda and Chigayev. Two very strong grandmasters. Just to give you an example of how things can easily turn, like you can go c4, and if you go knight b4, c5 could be a possibility. And that's a very difficult bind to break out of if you don't strike immediately.
Yes, but I'm wondering if after c4 black wants to go somehow differently, because after c5 it seems like the b7 bishop is really stuck there, and the whole pawn structure is quite difficult for black. Though the d5 square for the knight, of course, that's wonderful in black's position, but that's the only thing black has, right? Knight on d5. So, if you take away that, then black is just completely hopeless for the rest of the game. So this is what black really have to look after, that he's not ending up in a very passive position and with no space.
Yes, certainly. And, we will see. But having said all that, after bishop b7, the main move is actually not to play c4. The main move is to go bishop e2 and develop.
Yes, because I believe that after c4, black should be going bishop b4 check, bishop d2, and maybe even queen h4. So there should be something concrete what black is doing. Black cannot go passive simply. And and after bishop e2, if we think that after bishop b7, what black played, obviously black's move will be in the next few moves. She's going to be playing c5 to open up the diagonal for the bishop, because that's the only way it can be useful on b7. Otherwise, it's not very nice to bite into your own pawn on c6. So c5 is definitely a move which we're going to be seeing, I think, in the next several moves. And of course, black also thinks many times to push away the knight on e4 by playing f5, which we mentioned. But black is looking for good circumstances to do so, because the pawn structures can change very easily, But still, black's biggest danger in these positions that he stays passive, and it's going to be a one-way game for white. That it's not big deal necessarily, but you're pushing, you're taking space, more and more space. So black has to be energetic in counterplay, playing f5, c5, possibly jumping away with the knight.
And,
Bishop e2 is on the board.
We do see bishop e2 on the board. And what do you think of this particular opening choice for Ju Wenjun? Because there you mentioned, black has to play in a very active style, and we've seen that Ju Wenjun is excellent positionally. When she just has to nurture a small, stable advantage, and especially when we consider the other games that she's played so far, they've always been like with a very stable pawn structure. We saw a Caro-Kann, we saw e4, e5, everything was very tense but very secure. And here we see black really is taking a lot of risk strategically, as you've highlighted, because if white gets the full-on clamp, there's no way that black is breaking out of such a thing.
Yes, but maybe, well, I completely agree with you that in some ways it's different, and I can even say that it's a strange choice to make by her. But we shouldn't forget that once you have a good preparation and you know that the position you're happy with, even if it's not the structure that you're always playing, you're just happy that it's a balanced and good game, And also you have to think about what is your opponent's style, and especially in a World Championship match or any match. I mean, the match is going, it's unfolding this way, that way. A lot of psychology. You definitely want to surprise your opponent, and you definitely want to play against your opponent. Like, how does she feel comfortable in what kind of structure, what kind of positions, and you try to unbalance her mindset. And this is something that it's not a straightforward, very aggressive position for white. You have to be strategic here. Yeah. And maybe that's why also it was an option and choice by Ju Wenjun at this point, because we've seen that Lei Tingjie, she is a very, not aggressive, but very straightforward person, I believe. And she's always looking for the initiative.
She is always looking for initiative. And okay, so I do have a small development. So of course we just saw c5, as Judah indicated, opening up the light square bishop. And now, according to my database, Lei Tingjie's response, which was played almost immediately, is a novelty, but it has been analyzed before, has been looked at in 2020. So once again, Ju Wenjun thinking that she has the preparation upper hand against Lei Tingjie, but Lei Tingjie showing us that this is actually one of her strengths. She does appear to have worked extremely hard on the opening stages of the game. And A3 taking Ju Wenjun by surprise, and it's also taken me by surprise because I'm thinking, what is the idea of this small little pawn move?
The idea is actually pretty clear. White wants to go c4, and she doesn't want to allow for black to go to b4 with her knight, because once you can go to b4 with the knight after c4 especially, you can go back to c6 and to regroup it to d4. So this is something that white wants to stop, that black cannot go to b4, because that would be the good location for the black knight regrouping. c6 is the best spot after the square d5, especially after c4, that there is a weakness in the center on d4. But at the same time, it's always a question whether do you have time for such a move to play a3. And so this is right now, it's a race with time, whether white will have enough time to play c4, to castle, and stabilize the better pawn structure. But right now, the e4 knight is under attack if the knight jumps from d5. So those kind of moves has to be checked definitely. But the knight f4, for example, is one of the moves that I would be checking at this point.
Okay, and that would certainly be a candidate move. That's also be the first move that I would be looking at. I just also have some fun lines as well in the air. So after a move like a3, you might be tempted to go queen c7, put pressure on the e5 pawn. But here white can initiate some action by playing knight to d6. And after bishop takes d6, not pawn takes, but actually to play, hang on, but no, bishop takes d6, okay, here, queen c6.
Yeah, queen d6 would be a blunder.
Yeah, queen
to
takes
c4.
d6 and then c4. Yeah, so I'm just, the producer missed out pawn takes, and so I was a little bit confused. So c4. c4 obviously will net some material, so you don't want that. And instead of pawn takes, queen takes pawn, you go queen c6, and now the fun begins with f3.
Whoa. Sorry, but this is a shocking move for me.
Well, apparently this is, the bishop pair. c4 is coming your way, and
This
no
is a
one
computer
getting rid
move.
of d6. Yes, this is computer analysis, but the reason why I am also highlighting this is because Lei Tingjie for sure has looked at this with a computer, and she does know these ideas.
Well, who doesn't work with the computers and engines, right? And this is interesting, that how different chess is nowadays. That there's a big tournament going on in Budapest, and I visited. Pragnananda is in the lead, and in the commentary with Almashi, we were discussing that nowadays you see moves, players playing it without, giving any special face expression or being proud. It's just so natural to play moves like f3. Back when we didn't have engines and computers, I mean, you would just you wouldn't dare to play moves like that. It's a lot of weaknesses, because chess became very, very concrete, I must say. That all these strategical ideas which were considered that you cannot make moves like this, because of concrete elements that simply black cannot take on d6, and it's a much more important fact that if white can play c4 in the next move and paralyze all the black's pieces, it's just a higher priority than to have a weakness on e3. Because if by concrete means it does not have any problem with the e3 weakness, then you simply play it. And I think chess players also, they just transform their mindset regarding strange moves or very unusual moves, that because we have this idea that anything can be good. Anything. There is no move that you're going to be surprised by today. Contrary to, let's say, 15 years ago, where you would still think that g5 in some positions, in move 3, move 5, Nowadays, you're just smiling about it, because you know that, of course, anything can happen. They looked at with the computer engine, gave an interesting idea, something will happen, people analyze it at home. So it is very interesting how the game itself transforming with the presence of the engines on daily basis.
Yeah, completely agree with you. And before, we can actually even point to some of Lei Tingjie's earlier games, like for instance game 6, which she drew very easily. To all intents and purposes, it looked like Lei Tingjie had played into a variation where white was just better. You would have stopped in the olden days, and by the olden days I really mean like literally 4 years ago, and not that long. And you would have stopped and said bishop pair. White has the bishop pair, it's open position, it's an endgame. Black is just playing for 2 results, to draw or to lose. That's just an exercise in suffering. Do not touch this opening. And she just showed, with the help of the engines, that actually white didn't have enough time to utilize these bishops, and there was a concrete reason behind her play, and she neutralized and she drew incredibly easily. And here we see again concrete stuff at play. The pawn comes to a3 with the idea of playing a c4 or a knight jumping into d6. Now, ironically, queen b8 is the better move, because with queen c7, which is very natural, the knight coming to d6, it will, of course, after the recapture, the pawn capturing on d6 will attack the queen. So black has to burn some time. And yeah, surprise. I really like the way that these two play. It's always like a battle of surprises. Ju Wenjun, first serve has been a shock. But Lei Tingjie has struck back with a counterpunch.
To tell you the truth, a3, it simply looks slow to me. This is the only problem for me, that there is one move time for black. And I'm very strongly thinking that f5 is the move I would want to check at first if I'm playing it with black, because it is a very important pair of moves for black. If you think about it, c5 and a3 is definitely favors black, right? Because the b7 bishop is open up.
Well, we have the time, because you mentioned this might be a slow move, and someone who is taking their time and trying to figure out all the possibilities is Ju Wenjun. And I can tell you as well that, again, checking the database, the move that had been most analyzed was f5. So we are 21 minutes in, and we have some surprises ahead. So f5. And now, again, there's two moves have been analyzed. This time, October 2022 and September 2022. So always be careful when you're kind of checking with the cloud engines, with the cloud database, and you're just inputting moves here and there.
Yeah, someone is watching. You gotta
be careful watching. Exactly, because Big Brother is watching, and in this case, it's me and you, Judith. So we have two suggestions: bishop to g5, and the other one is simply pawn takes pawn.
Well, pawn takes pawn is always something that you have to start with, I believe. But after e takes f6, knight takes f6, black is getting a very energetic position. And, well, knight f6, queen f6, I think black has just simply a beautiful position after white castles, bishop e7, black develops, full of energy with black. And we can also say that it seems like almost black is better developed after knight f6, queen f6. The file is open, the long diagonal is open for black, so everything sets for black. So e takes f6, after all, probably I would not consider so much. So bishop g5 looks a very concrete idea with... but at the same time, after bishop g5, what about queen b6? I'm not going to go queen c7, so you can go knight d6. And the pawn on f5, it can be very powerful.
And I'm wondering whether this still the idea is the same after queen to b6. It's perhaps simply to go... can you still go knight to d6 check? It must be that.
Yes, and I have the feeling that, of course, Ju Wenjun is also careful, because once you get surprised in the opening, you know exactly that you're not playing against your opponent right now, but you're playing against your opponent plus the engine, plus the coach. So, of course, everybody is extremely careful how to react on a surprising opening move, especially when there is a match and everybody knows that everybody is preparing like crazy, right? So this is kind of very tricky in the opening part of the game, that you're playing against a phantom. You don't know who you're playing with in reality.
This is the problem with modern day chess as well, because like you mentioned, everyone does have that 3600 helper with them, i.e. the computer, and if you put in the time and you put in the energy, and also the effort into memorizing your opening lines, that's very important, then of course, everyone will have a great start to the opening. And like you say, it is the mind games again. Like, do you play the most principal move, f5? And of course, this would be the most logical move that Lei Tingjie would have analyzed. Is this bluff by Lei Tingjie? Is she also making things up on the fly? Could be. You can easily see, especially in a World Championship match, how you can overthink things. Because in a normal tournament, you launch the first surprise and that's it. You're very confident.
And we shouldn't forget that you have your opponent opposite to you. But many times, the biggest challenge and the biggest opponent is yourself. Because you can easily overthink, as you say, and you can easily hallucinate all kind of things which doesn't exist there. For example, the preparation is the first thing that you think, oh, a3, probably they've worked out everything, so f5 is the most obvious move. I shouldn't be playing. Well, should I play a move which could be surprising? And then you start hesitating and debating with yourself these conversations that, okay, a3, it cannot be so good, it's so slow, but still probably she has something in mind, something concrete. So how should so you have this thing in your head, and objectively it should be okay for black. It's just a healthy position. She played bishop b7, c5. The last two moves were very good, improving black's position. Clearly, this is one of the main idea black should be playing for, to opening the big long diagonals, placing her bishop there. So a3. So this is a momentum that she has to catch. She cannot just play bishop e7, castle, and then vc. No, she has to be very much in the present and react well on this move.
Yeah. She certainly does, because it is concrete play. And as you mentioned, a3 takes away the b4 square for the knight, c2, c4 in the air. And, also f5 is a possibility. And as you've mentioned, this knight on e4 is loose, and loose pieces drop off. And you also have to consider the knight jumps. So, again, lots of possibilities. And considering the knight jumps, whilst we have the analysis board up and ready, shall we have a look at some of the moves? So we have two knight jumps that are at our disposal. We have knight to f4, and we also have knight to e3. And can I show you a cool line after knight e3?
Yeah.
Indicated by our producer Vic. Thank you, Vic, for sharing with us some wonderful ideas. Knight comes to e3. Obviously, bishop takes knight is forced. Bishop takes knight. And, okay, you want to block this diagonal, so white plays f3. And after bishop d5, look at this. If you play c4, asking questions to the bishop on d5, something is... Well, white is going to be in for a shock, let's just say, because bishop takes c4 is a very nice tactical
I was
blow.
surprised why you're playing f3, but now I understand. To show some great tactics.
Exactly. And, our producer Vic, he is on form today because he spotted queen h4 check. And,
well, I believe, yes, this is something you have to watch out, and this is why you have to be double checking and extra careful when you play moves like f3, because in that position, if we go back after black capturing the knight, I would rather think about playing bishop to f3 to eliminate the active bishop on e4, and just to have a positional nice position. We have a move in the game rook c8. Wow.
Yes.
I'm very surprised.
Wow. Okay, so let's head there and have a look at the consequences, because every move has an outcome. And the first thing is to think about what's going to happen after c4. The second one is also what's going to happen after this knight jump to d6. And the last one is, of course, if white does improves the position. Or hang on a second, and I also spotted bishop g5 as well.
Well, first of all, I think we should try to figure out what's the idea of rook c8. The rook c8 move, if black to move in the next one, she wants to go c4, I think. I think this would be the first intention I would be thinking, to stabilize the knight on d5, so white is not going to be able to play c4, right? So that would be fantastic for black to gain space by playing c4 and stopping white from playing c4. So the first question is to me c4 always. At the same time, probably after c4, she wants to go knight e3.
I guess knight e3.
Yeah,
So
knight
let's,
e3 is a very logical continuation. And then bishop takes e3, bishop e4. And it's a pretty stable position for black, I believe. I would also like to highlight one small detail in such a position. White played a3, which is probably not going to be so useful because b4 is not so easy to be playing. At the same time, if in a later stage, black is able to play rook b8 back and queen b6, the b2 pawn can be a weakness, because if the pawn would be still standing on a2, white would be just playing simply b3 and it would be protected. But now after a3, in such a cases, the b2 can be a real problem for white. So maybe white, for example, later, it's a strategical discussion right now, to play bishop d2, bishop c3, protecting the b2 and the e5 at the same time. But I think if the knights come off, black is doing fine in this position. So let's see if instead of c4, your suggestion bishop g5 is interesting. Obviously, black is not going to play bishop e7 to knight d6.
Well. But it says after bishop g5 already, that is a big mistake. And black has a tactical opportunity, because I just saw the evaluation bar shoot down to minus 1.26, which is like 1.5 pawn advantage. So there's a big flaw with that idea.
So what's the problem? Queen a5 or queen c7? Queen b6.
Probably queen b6. No, that's not the flaw. Maybe queen c7 is the flaw. And yeah, I think queen c7 is going to be the flaw, right?
Yes, and knight d6 is not possible because
knight
takes,
d6 yeah.
And after c4, queen e5, the intermediate move. Okay. You see, everything becomes tactical. Everything becomes tactical at the end.
Well, when you play the Sicilian, everything is tactical.
No, but really, I mean, when I was a teenager and a little later also, of course, I was a very concrete player and very tactical. And I was looking everything in a tactical way, and everything I was calculating. And people were telling me that, she cannot play positional chess, which was true in some ways, that I gave away squares like I didn't care. Later on, I learned that those are important as well. But I have the feeling somehow these days that chess became much more like I was when I was a teenager. It's only the fact that when I was young and playing, people were not understanding it so much because there were no computers to calculate it all the way out. And it was much more about the intuition and feelings, impressions, contrary to today when everything is about calculation. And especially when AlphaZero came into our life, that was very clearly pointing out that, you know what, you can sacrifice pawns, and maybe not in 10 moves, not in 20, but in 30 moves time, I will show you that it made sense because I took the initiative, because I could afford it because of my bishop pair or whatever. I mean, we were witnessing quite a lot of examples of that, right? And actually, I can tell you that I'm very proud that when Reagan and Sadler was writing the book of Game Changer about it. They were pulling me out that I'm the human being who is more closest in her play than to AlphaZero than any other human. So I was very proud.
Wow. That is a very impressive, Judith. No, I mean, you're an impressive player anyhow, but to be the player with the most similar style to AlphaZero, to sacrifice pawns for a long-term compensation, which actually is a very difficult thing to do, is most impressive. And well, we are 10 moves into the game, and we've already had a very cagey start with both players launching their opening surprises. And there we see Lei Tingjie. She is yet to respond to Wenjun's last move. Well, what will happen next? It's gonna be the time for our very first break of the day. So don't go anywhere, because more action is coming your way in just a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Anish Giri, and welcome to Left-Hand Repertoire's 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen, and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it, actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab, and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5, and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for the aggressive, for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps, and experience chess like never before.
And we are back right in the heart of Chongqing, where two players, reigning women's world champion Wenjun and of course the challenger Lei Tingjie, are battling out in game 9, and the stakes have never been higher, especially as Wenjun managed to make that much needed comeback in game 8. And now all the spotlight is on Lei Tingjie as we see how with the white pieces, will she steady the ship or will she go for much more today? Well, we are right in the middle of the opening stage. Both players yet to develop their pieces yet to complete their development. And there we see Lei Tingjie still thinking after Wenjun's opening Rook c8.
Yes, Rook c8 is an interesting choice because it is not the first choice we would be thinking of, right? Because there were more concrete ideas like f5. But Rook c8 has its very interesting idea. And you can see that I think Lei Tingjie, she is, I don't know if she's surprised or by now she's completely out of book, but I have the feeling. The body language tells me also that somehow, okay, what is this move? What is this move? How should I be reacting? What Wenjun has in her mind? And then she's realizing that, and what I've told before the break we had, that a3 is a slow move. And I still have the feeling that sometimes this one move only can give the opportunity for black to gain somehow a very important time. And of course c4 is something that I would be very much be playing with black if it's possible. At the same time, if you play c4, maybe then a3 will be just a move which did not make much sense, because anyway black is going to be jumping not to b4 but to somewhere else. At the same time, I'm just thinking that maybe even after c4, knight b4 is possible anyway.
And knight to b4 is certainly possible. I also just saw one of the great things with the cloud database is that everyone starts looking at the position and everyone starts thinking about alternative moves. And I see a suggestion that someone has analyzed, I don't know whether it's any good, is actually to play queen to d3.
Queen d3 is, I've seen such a moves before, and the idea is to go queen g3 to somehow paralyze the bishop on f8 and not or making difficult for black to develop. At the same time, I can tell you that for black is not exactly the priority right now to develop, because the e8 king can be quite safe anyway. Queen d3, defending the e4 knight, so black cannot jump away with her knight. It is possible, but
shall we give it a
let's give it a try. Yeah,
definitely. Queen to d3.
Because let's say queen c7, then c4, and then black is pushed back with her knight to b6, and the b6 square would definitely be a bad square for black, or knight d6 also possible maybe.
Yeah, c4, knight d6, like you say, everything seems to be working there for white. So that's the white's concrete plan. So no queen c7, so this does mean that black has to make a move. And okay, we have a move in the meantime, so queen d3 was not played, and instead Lei Tingjie stays true to her style. She plays the most combative move on the board, and that is of course to play c4.
I have the feeling, sometimes that Lei Tingjie, she's showing more of self-confidence, or she wants to show a higher or more self-confidence than she is having, actually. Like, I want to show I know what's going on. I want to show everything is under control. I know that I'm going to win this match. I know that I have a good position.
But isn't that like the mark of a good chess player? You say that when you sit down on the board and you play very confidently, you play very quickly, and your opponent has no idea whether this is preparation or it's just bluff. And I think I saw a quote from was about Topalov, saying you just never know. He plays so quickly, regardless.
Actually, he was interesting to play with because he was not giving out too much expression on his face when I was playing and competing with him. And if you see Wenjun, sorry?
No, I was going to say interesting because but he's also a very quick player, right? I don't remember in the past.
He had different periods. Sometimes at some period he was not so fast and he got in time trouble. But then later on, I've seen a change when he started to work. Also, I've heard with a psychologist. And what was very clear change in him, that no matter, first of all, he was not making so many draws. And also that if he lost the game, he could simply bounce back the next day. At least that you did not feel on his mood that he's afraid or he wants to make a draw. Or no, he came to the game exactly with the same spirit than before the loss. So somehow he changed his mindset. He could change with the outside help that he didn't put so much pressure on himself. It's a game. You lost. Next game is another game, which is not so easy to keep.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I
know exactly. I know. We read all the theory. We know what we're meant to do, but the reality is so much different.
Yeah.
You lose your game or you mess up, and then you think, why do I do this to myself? And anyhow, for Topalov, there's a perfect example where he's completely winning. It feels like the opponent will just resign in a few more moves if he does something normal, but he doesn't. He just blunders, and then he has to win the game all over again. And it was a nice example of just never giving up and never allowing yourself go into that kind of negative spiral. And we see a very quick reaction from Wenjun as she plays knight e3 as expected. It was also possible, instead of playing knight e3, to actually throw in a queen check, but time being we do see trades. And there was a nice line, so say for instance, if I take back, so instead of going knight e3, it was actually possible to go queen to a5 check, and if bishop d2, queen c7, or am I getting
this
it wrong?
This is a strange, really, this is possible.
Okay, no, I'm misreading the lines. Okay, so basically the recommendation was instead of rook c8, c4. Okay.
Okay, that's
okay. That's
was,
a bit different. I'm getting my lines in a muddle. It's Tuesday morning. It feels like Monday morning to me.
Yes, and of course, the idea is behind queen a5 and queen c7 that the bishop blocks the road of the queen, so knight d6 is not possible. But this is where we've been before. So this simplification, the game became a lot different by having the knights off the board. I love knights. And with knights, life is always interesting because always surprises can show up. With bishops, it's not exactly the same. It, of course, it can go either way, whoever it can be better, but it's a slower pace of the game if you have only the bishop. So now it becomes very positional.
Yeah. No, yeah, it is a positional game, as you mentioned, because it's almost like a battle of those long-term weaknesses. White has a nice bind over the d6 square, and the d7 pawn is the target, and whereas black does have the long-term game of actually putting the rook on b8, and as you highlighted, piling up on the b2 pawn. One thing that I've never really liked playing against this pawn, when this appears on the board and I'm black and I have a pawn on d7, that never happens, by the way. I'm so unused to this feeling that I completely panic and I don't know what to do. And I really like this suggestion that you came up with of just simply trading light square bishops, because if you do a quick comparison, this bishop on e4 has so much power. targets g2. It's got control of the long diagonal. What is this person doing? Nothing. So
but I don't
try
see
to trade it.
I don't see why white would be better, to tell you the truth. If let's say, okay, let's observe a little bit. So bishop f3.
Yeah.
Just bishop takes f3.
Let's dive in. And then bishop takes.
Yes.
I'm taking with the queen.
And bishop takes f3 actually is not the only move for black. But let's say if we just play very simple with black. And play bishop e7.
Okay. And in that case, I will...
But it's also possible to play not bishop e7, but queen c7. Put pressure on the
start putting it immediately. Pawn. That is true.
Yeah.
You could do that, and I guess I would run with the queen to g3.
Even d6 is just a very normal move.
Well, this is all hearsay because Lei Tingjie decided not to trade off light squared bishops. I guess this is maybe not in her style, but this is my preference. But instead we see after bishop takes e4, we are seeing castles.
But black just plays queen c7, for example. Even d6 is possible.
Okay,
actually, d6 is also possible.
Break it out, yeah. I like
d5 is possible also.
But wait one second. Wait, I can see the evaluation bar creeping up in white's favor, and also you are meant to develop before you break out. I mean,
well, I wanted to break out the way that I develop. That after he takes d6, I develop with bishop d6.
Right. I understand. You're a maximalist. You want it all, and I don't want you to have it all.
Well, of course, d6 might be a move which is premature. I mean, queen c7 is logical. Also, queen b6, possibly. But queen b6 after that b4. So that would be, I think, a mistake if I don't play d6. But play queen b6, then b4. So that shouldn't be the move.
Yeah, because of this b4 is in the air. So, yeah, and if you're allowed to go d6 and you get away with it, but this is definitely the acid test. How to fight that one.
Of course, very solid game. Bishop e7, castles, queen c7, and maybe she wants to break out with f6, you know.
Yeah, definitely very viable. Okay, bishop e7 rather than the immediate d6. I didn't quite see what was wrong with d6, but bishop e7, just a different style of play. And for me, I really like your bishop f3 suggestion. So, but Lei Tingjie didn't do it once, so she might not do it again.
I think she's not going to do it because there would be some weaknesses in white's camp, on the b file especially, you know.
Yeah,
so
what I was trying to argue. That's true. She would lose time, but I was trying to argue that the pressure against d7 is more annoying for black than the pressure against b2, because after all you can kind of go rook a1, rook d2, just sit
but
there.
White is not fast enough. I'm afraid that white is not going to be fast enough. I mean, it can easily happen that even if let's say white exchanges the bishop on f3 and white gets with her rook to d2 and d1 doubling on the d file, even then it can easily happen that black is just moving away with the queen. Yeah, castle, rook d1, queen c7.
Oops, sorry, not rook c1. It was a mouse drop. Yeah. Yeah.
Rook d1, queen c7, queen e4 or something, somehow defending the e5. Black goes rook d8, defending the d7. White is pressing on d7. But what is there anything special for white? I mean, black can also go d6 or f6, the way we were discussing, or f5, trying to get rid of the e5 strong pawn.
Yeah, unless white doesn't stop this. I mean, the only way I can see is no, don't stop it. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's going to be too significant. So we actually have an answer as to why d6 was a mistake. I was very upset that I hadn't figured out, if we go back, as to why black couldn't break out with d6 immediately. And we are told again by our producer Vic, who has had lots of morning coffee and seems to be really on top of the game. He says d6 is a big mistake because of b4. I was wondering about this. And you can't just take on b4, because obviously a takes b4 and the rook will hit a7. And okay, what happens after d takes e5?
Well,
Queen b3.
yeah, somehow taking the initiative, and it's nice. And now the rook d1s and even b5, a4, a5 is possible.
And
But
Wenjun had seen that pattern before.
yes, and the thing is, it's actually very typical that you don't break out with d6 in these positions. You leave the pawn behind at d7. It's the very typical pattern of the pausen or neopausen. When you play anything with e6 having your pawn on d7, most of the time it's like at least 90%. You keep it that way, maybe even until end of the game. Because you have a weakness on d6, but actually white cannot exploit it. I mean, white cannot do anything about the d6 square after the exchange of the knights. The knight on e4 was something to jump into d6 for a long time. But once you eliminate it, it's a weakness on d6, but practically you cannot do anything with it. So bishop e7 I like.
Yeah, keep it
Queen
flexible.
c7,
And
yeah.
I like your idea of actually disrupting the center with f6.
Yeah, it's more common than d6.
It certainly is. And well, the thing is, the reason why I'm completely obsessed with it, trading light square bishops, is just basically because I feel like if white doesn't do something, what is white's target? I mean, you can't go like f4, f5. I mean, because this bishop on e4 is just too strong. And yes, you can connect the rooks and on the d line and put pressure. And I just saw a comment on chat. But I'm sorry, I got completely sidetracked. Yeah, because I suddenly realized sorry, so take that away. That was my bad. I didn't mean to do that. What I want to do is that 4 bishops are standing on one line.
Yeah.
Yeah, hadn't even dawned on me. So yeah, and so what I wanted to say, going back to my point before I distracted myself, was basically that I felt that even if white piles everything they can on d7, they're not getting through to d6, as you've highlighted. But this bishop on e4 can just take 2 steps back and defend d7 like a lion. So that's
yeah, I mean, it can be very stable for black. The main idea white should be playing for, I think, is b4. If white is able to play b4, then white has an advantage. If white will not be able to play b4, then I think she's not going to have an advantage.
Yeah, and just to clarify, you want to go b4 and then follow it up with b5, and then...
Yeah, and to have the majority on the a and b pawns, and even possibly creating a pass pawn with a4, a5, that's a huge advantage for white. But how is it for white that she can convert or to be able to make this plan?
Yeah, that's a difficult question, actually. How
Your move,
to
bishop
orchestrate.
f3. Your wish.
Yeah, yeah, my wish.
Your wish is on the board.
But this is one of the things that you and I have spoken about at length. Like, if you're unfamiliar with the position, you are flying blind, and sudden moves just don't even come into your radar at all. And so I was obsessed with removing that light square bishops. But you've had this type of position many, many times before. So you know about this b2, b4 plan, pushing on b5. And so you're able to identify other moves, like maybe bishop d2 was a move. Who knew? Try to provide support for this b2, b4 idea.
Yeah, but the problem is that it's not so easy to play b4 for two reasons. First of all, because the e7 bishop and the c5 pawn is controlling that square very well. And also the other thing is that the c8 rook is basically not doing much, but one thing is it is good for, that it's a prophylactical square for the rook, because the c4 can be taken or attacked by the rook if one day b4 is played.
Yeah. Well, instead, b4 perhaps wasn't on the cards right now, but it's still very much an idea that both sides need to be aware of. And also you should be aware of if you find yourself in this type of position. And we see Lei Tingjie play the straightforward rook a to d1, piling the pressure on the d7 pawn.
Well, it's very logical to play rook d1 and after that to double the rooks on the d file. Very, very logical. So black now has to decide whether she's playing queen c7 or rook c7 and queen b8. I think that also makes some sense. I like that, I think. Rook c7, queen b8, and then even rook b7. And then to have the battery with having the queen behind the rook, it can be powerful.
Yeah.
But also f6 is something white has to take account all the time.
I like your rook c7 move. It's very harmonious. And if you back that up with queen to b8, it's also very provocative. And I'm sure Lei Tingjie will perhaps just focus all her attentions then on the king side. Maybe that's not what's required of the position, because we have seen it before, especially in game 7, where she just couldn't resist her nature, which was just to not calculate and just play g4 and just go, let's go. She was like, if I don't do it now, I might never ever get a chance to do it. And this was a costly mistake, because she then had to grovel a draw. But there we see Wenjun, she has to find a response to this plan.
Yeah, she has to make a decision, right? How she's placing her pieces. Whether she wants to put her piece queen on c7 and to play rook fd8 and rook b8, because I think the rook from c8 shortly will end up on the b file, because it's very inviting to put pressure on white.
Yeah.
And it will be not easy to press on d7 the way to really to have something. Because it's very stable position for black.
Do you think we will just see some mass trades? Like, for instance, white will just build up the pressure on d7 in return, black would counter strike on b2, and then there will just be more pawn trades, piece trades, and then the game will fizzle out.
Yeah, it's pretty equalish, I must say. But it's not a draw. Of course, they can fight it out. And you never know. The only thing I don't like in white's position is this a3 move. Because black really can put pressure on the b file. White wants to go queen g4 or queen g3 at some point, threatening with bishop h6. So black might be just moving the rook away. So after bishop h6, it is met by with bishop f8, or just go out king h8. That's the other option. But I have doubts about the fact that Lei Tingjie, she will be able to put tactical pressure on the opponent, because this is a very positional play.
But I think I was just going to ask. I was going to ask the immediate question, but first I'll let you finish your thoughts. Sorry about that, Judith.
No, sorry. It's just I thought got an idea how nice it would be for white to put rook on d3, the other rook on d1 to d2, and to have my queen to d1. So to make the triple battery, there having the queen behind. That I like for white.
Yeah, the cannon is very strong, and if white is able to get that, of course, that would be very powerful. And the dream would be to actually get this, and then once the b2 pawn is under attack, you just slide back with the bishop and c1 and say, okay, everything is perfectly defended. But okay, in light of all this kind of like whites is going to be building out, and actually I was just going to ask that question now. What happens if Wenjun says, no, I do not want to wait. I assume I'm going to break out right now, and there we see f6 on the board.
Well, yeah, this is always in the air. And I would be also very much tempted to break out with f6 and not to sit and wait and be passive there. Yeah, f6 has a lot of sense. But okay, let's say white is going to be capturing on f6, bishop takes f6, and let's say queen e2.
Okay, so
not
let's
to
dive
have
in
any,
to the
discovered attack.
And queen to e2,
e2.
you said? Yeah, queen to e2, defending b2.
Yes, and going out from the f file where the black rook could cause some unpleasantness for the white. I mean, the d7 pawn is still there, standing behind, and you're not going to be playing d5, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Well, now, interestingly enough, now b4 is a real positional threat.
And exactly, b4 is very much of a stress. So it's with f6, you also have to be careful. You know what you're doing. Well, maybe black can continue it with queen e7, for example. So to put little control over the b4 square. Yeah, b4 takes. I'm just going to grab it.
Yeah, I was wondering whether I could get away with it, but yeah, as you've indicated.
Of course, the game can be a draw in very many different ways, right? Taking on d7, simplifying, queen takes c4, white takes on a7, and then 3 against 3. So there are many ways of simplifying the position. What do you think? If you have to predict, is it going to be 6-6 and the playoff, or will it be decisive in so-called classical games?
It's been so close. If I were a betting person, which I'm not, I would say 6-6, and it would be decided by tie breaks.
Yeah, I understand your point. This is what I was afraid of. Though probably it would be like fire there on the playoff. But still, I hope to see some great actions on the board. This game is with small details. But I think, I'm not sure if Lei Tingjie, she's aiming for something big in this position.
I'm also not sure about that either, but of course we're kind of now getting into the final quarter of this match. There's a lot of tension, there's a lot of stress on the players, and it's going to all come down to stamina and endurance. I mean, how does one even train for this?
Well, it's a good question how people train nowadays for having that. Of course, I've always believed that you have to work a lot on daily basis to keep yourself in training in every way. Because and sometimes people ask me that, why do you have to train in chess so much, right? And then the reason is because you have to feel the position, you have to feel the nuances, you have to feel very small details, and moreover, you have to be ready to catch the opportunity when it's given. So you have to sense it very well, what is really going on from move by move. And it's a very typical situation when you don't threat with something, but by the last move of your opponent, it appeared a new opportunity. So for those things, you have to be very much alert. And of course, you have to know that you did your homework very well, so you can play calm and notice the opportunities.
And we also have a question from Chris Random9 who says, Judith, have you ever played Wenjun or Lei Tingjie?
No, I have not played. First of all, I was not playing against ladies much in my life. Secondly, they are a much younger generation. They are not so young, actually, as some of the biggest talents nowadays. Because I think Wenjun, she is over 30, and Lei Tingjie, she's 26, if I'm correct.
26, yeah.
So they're not so young, but much, much, much younger than I am.
But you did, as part of the Julius Baer Chess Challenge, mentor Lei Tingjie, or was she part of Kramnik's team? I can't quite
She was
recall.
part of Kramnik's team, though we won. My team won, but I mean, it was a very great initiative, I must tell you, because it was very nice to see also girls competing there, challenging the talented boys, and simply it was a great competition. I believe great experience for all.
Yeah. And going back to your point about training chess, I mean, first of all, I'd like to ask, how did you personally train on chess? I mean, did you just open up your cupboards, get out your wooden board and set up those chess puzzles? Or was it everything done on the computer?
Well, my first computer I had when I was 15. So, and by that time I was a grandmaster. So you have to visualize my preparation, that what we had at home, and it was quite amazing by my parents, that they were creating and developing a database, a manual database. Like we had a file system of 100,000 games for sure. So they were working on that for a year, day and night, cutting out some games, gluing it on one separate card, and from those cards we had tens of thousands. And of course, in those days when I was a teenager, we didn't have so many material either. We had the Russian chess magazine, we had the Chess Informant, we had the encyclopedias, and of course a lot of great chess books, mostly not in Hungarian, but mostly in Russian and in other languages. So those were the way that we were, or I was studying, from books and bulletins. I don't know if you're also very young, I think.
No.
But
No,
in my
no.
time, it was this bulletin. When it's so funny even to talk about it. Like after a big tournament, if there was a Hungarian player or somebody, they had the bulletin every day. Do you remember? And
Yeah.
when you went to the game, they had a bulletin of the games of the previous day.
Yes.
So those bulletins, how the games went, you were fighting for that to receive it if you did not play, or another Hungarian was not playing it. And then you had these games and you were watching them. Wow, 1 month ago they had a fantastic tournament. What kind of games they played, right? I mean, nowadays people don't know that you see everything instantly. And if there is a delay of few minutes, you're complaining. But in those times, of course, it was a huge thing to get the informant. I remember how incredibly enthusiastic we were when the postman arrived with the new informant. We have the new informant. Immediately we were checking new games, analysis of Kasparov, Karpov, the big guys. So those were very, very slow life, if you think about it. So we were always looking those new materials, working out the opening from the file system. For example, when I prepared the Paulsen, I was 11, 12 years old, something like that. We just took out from the file system all the Paulsen games, sorted out the better players, and looked through how is the structure, what are the games, to discover the things. And that's how I learned a new opening, for example. And then, of course, books and bulletins and playing games with trainers or with my sisters, to understand the flow of the game, how it goes from the opening to the middle game and from the middle game into the end game, because that was very important of my preparation, to understand the positions as much as possible, because that's how you can save time when you play a game. If you understand the ideas and you sense it that a3 is slow, you don't have time for that, then you understand and you can play much faster during the game. And of course, I was solving a lot of puzzles. There were a lot of puzzle books which I solved myself. That was, and the encyclopedia of combinations also, of course, and many of that kind.
Yeah, no, that's fascinating as well. And I think it's very instructive as advice, even now, to kind of look at the transitions as well from the opening to the middle game to the end game, to understand the pawn structure, to understand where the pieces go. And I think if you're equipped with this knowledge, and then you add to that, these are the critical positions, this is how I navigate the complications, then you are kind of more or less set to go, and that will take you up to a very high level. So completely agree with you there, Judith. And I love hearing about how you trained and you certainly brought back all those memories of the bulletins fighting for the game and fighting for the information. You have no idea what it was like. We were scouring newspapers for those relevant moments. And okay, well, talking about relevant moments, big moments, we go back to the playing hall in Chongqing, where we are 1 hour 15 minutes into this game. It's been such a tense start. We see the players, they are in the middle game, and Lei Tingjie pausing and trying to figure out how she should react to Wenjun's pawn breaks. And it's a big moment. How is she going to approach this next stage of the game? Well, we'll find out in a few minutes, because we are taking our second break. So don't go anywhere, and see you in a few minutes.
Interested in becoming a chess streamer like your favorite creators, such as Hikaru, Gotham Chess, and the Botez sisters?
Come on! Look at this! Woo!
The Chess.com community streamer program is growing every day. Whether you're just getting started with streaming or already established and looking to expand your audience, you can now connect your account to Chess.com and have your stream promoted on the game's largest platform. Simply link your account at chess.com/settings/connected accounts, set your category to chess on Twitch, and start streaming. You'll get an ad-free experience on chess.com. You will pop up on our list of live streamers. Your chess.com profile will feature your Twitch stream, and your stream will be linked to your games on our Play server. Type Command Community Streamer in chat and start growing your stream today.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in the explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
And we go back to Chongqing, to the board where we see Wenjun in deep focus, concentrating. But she is the 3-time reigning back-to-back women's world champion, and she's not there for no reason. So let's take a look at her journey and how she got to be in this position. Born in 1991 in Shanghai, world champion Wenjun has won the FIDE Women's World Championship 3 times. Now she attempts to become the 6th 4-time champion. In that time, she has established herself as one of the strongest women to ever play chess. As a teenager, Ju was already one of China's best players. At age 13, she finished 2nd in the Asian Women's Chess Championship. At 18, she earned FIDE's official Women Grandmaster title. And at just 19, she won the Chinese Women's Chess Championship. The next year, she had already fulfilled all the requirements to become a Grandmaster. By 2016, Ju found an even higher gear. She won 2 of the 3 events she entered in that year's FIDE Women's Grand Prix, the latter by a full point. Easily winning the entire series, Ju earned a World Championship match in 2018 against Tan Zhongyi. Ju proved that her stellar consistency in the Grand Prix was no fluke. In the early part of the match, Ju went on a hot streak, winning 3 of 4 games. After 10 total games, she was world champion. But there was not much time for Ju to enjoy her accomplishment. FIDE had scheduled a large field world championship tournament just 6 months later, with no special privileges for the champion. In the end, however, the knockout event was simply another opportunity for Ju's star to shine. Not only did she win the tournament to stay champion, she coasted through most of it. In the first 4 rounds, Ju didn't need so much as a tiebreak. When it came time to face Katerina Lagno in the final, resilience was also called for. Ju fell behind with 1 game left, needing a win on demand to force a playoff. And she did just that. Then she won the tiebreaker as well, proving that her excellence extended to rapid chess. Ju had now won the World Championship not once, but twice in the same year in 2018. She joined Vera Menchik as the only woman to win 2 in a single year. In nearly unprecedented fashion, Ju had proved she was no one-off. In her career to date, including a 3rd World Championship in January 2020, Ju has shown the ability to dominate several formats. Large matches, small matches, knockout tournaments, even the round robin of the Grand Prix. All have gone her way.
But Wenjun, she's too strong, too experienced to freak out and make a mistake.
Whether enjoying a 3-1 run against the world champion or nearly going undefeated in a large field knockout, she is simply one of the best. The challenger, Lei Tingjie, will have to be at her best too. Otherwise, the world champion will once again be Wenjun. Wenjun there with her very impressive story, becoming Women's World Champion in 2018 and then having to defend it almost immediately just a few months later in a completely different knockout format. And now she is here in 2023 facing off against Lei Tingjie. And what's very vital for Wenjun is that Game 8 she scored that much needed win. And will she continue her winning ways with the black pieces? Well, we will find out today. But for now, it is Lei Tingjie, and she has moved. She played the queen to g3, maintaining the tension in the center. And once again, the ball is back in Wenjun's court as she decides what to do next.
Well, she played white played queen g3, which is a logical continuation, keeping the tension in the center. And I would think that black is not going to be capturing on e5 necessarily, though that's also possible, and that has to be checked because f takes e5, queen takes e5, and bishop f6. So this is something that white had to check.
Right, that immediately, as soon as I see this position, I'm like, oh, pawn takes pawn, because that's also another one of my flaws. I'm like, ooh, release the tension as quickly as possible. So shall we dive in? I've already actually inputted the moves, so we have no choice, Judith.
Yes, of course, we have to
go
check.
in and check out what is Lei Tingjie's idea after bishop f6.
Queen d6, I believe, to attack the d7 pawn, and also keep attacking the c5 pawn right now. So the bishop from e7 moved away, and of course the d6 square is very weak, which we've discussed before. And even after exchanging the e5 f7 pawn, it is also stayed weak, especially that the bishop is moving away to f6. So now black can go rook f7 to defend the d7 pawn.
But do you play this? No.
After bishop e7.
Ah, yes, bishop e7. Yes, this, of course, will lose material on the spot. I was just banking on rook c6 being a mistake because of queen. Yes, I wanted to go queen takes rook, and that would have netted white some material. But, of course, rook f7 covers the e7 square.
Yes, and that's a very important square for black. So after rook f7, though I don't like it with black to let the white queen into d6. But for the moment, it seems that maybe the question is whether b4 is possible for white, because as we discussed it before, that would give white a great advantage if she's managing without giving up any material. So after c takes b4, a takes b4. And the question is whether black can take on c4. And I think, and after bishop a7, I think bishop e7 to take the b4 pawn. That's a very important exchange for black.
Mm-hmm. And then the position just fizzles out into probably a draw after queen takes pawn.
Well, after that, absolutely takes, bishop takes b4, and it's just an equal position, and none of the players would be forcing too much after this. So this is not really possible. It becomes kind of forced. I would think that this game will end in a draw. What do you think?
I also suspect that as well. And the fact that Lei Tingjie played queen g3 is indicative that she is in a peaceful mood. She is focusing on just regaining some of her momentum, getting a few draws, because they always say that it's really good advice, that you lose a game, the first thing you should do in the next game is just steady the ship. Just play quietly, get that draw, and then once you've got that one under your belt, you feel less pressure and you've got some distance between yourself and the loss, and then you can fight on the next game on a more even footing. Do you think that's good advice, or do you think that one should always try to bounce back?
It is so difficult to keep and to stay healthy in your mind, to understand that what is the amount of pressure or fighting spirit you want to put into this game, and how much is the willingness of making a draw. Because and these are the things which are extremely important for a competitive player, and that's why these two ladies are sitting right here, because I think they are extremely well prepared in their mind. They can keep the tension very well. This is also very important because, for example, for Zhu Wenjun to have been collecting 3 times the World Championship title in different formats, especially after the first one, it was like 6 months that she had to defend it again in a completely different format, in a knockout format. It shows very well how resilient she is and how much she can cope with different challenges, whether it's beginning of the tournament, whether it's a different format, whether it's a different time control, whether it's a very special situation, whether it's a surprise in the opening. You can see that for being there, you have to be all this very special character, of being a competitor. And of course, don't forget that you have to have great nerves for being able to be here.
Right. I mean, I completely agree with you. I mean, these two players are just outstanding in every single sense of the word. But there's also another point that I kind of want to just talk about. So they've played very tense, very long games. I don't think there's been a single easy game. And now we're drawing into the final part of the match where it becomes about endurance, where tiredness is about to kind of kick in. Is it a good idea just to take a very short draw, or just to play an easy game in the sense that there's not that much tension, it's very simple, and then just recover your strength and then kind of save your energy for the final games?
I don't think, and I don't believe in a match of this stage, especially in an earlier stage. I think it's easier to say that, okay, we make a draw, I don't want to push it. But at this part of the match, when we enter into the final 4 games, I think they both have this that, okay, I don't want to push everything, and I don't want to win by any means, but still they want to fight, and they still think that, okay, hope the other one is making a mistake. Keeping the tension is a very important part in this match. And like before the game, I'm not sure any of them would be happy with the draw. Well, probably Wenjun, yes, because she's playing with the black color, and of course to play with white, it gives you a little advantage if you're well prepared. But to play for a draw, for example, it's always very, very dangerous. It's very dangerous. It only works if your opponent would also play for a draw. Then it will be a draw. But I remember quite a few games when I thought, well, not so many because I learned it very fast. If you want a draw, you play a normal game. If you play for a draw, there will be many occasions when you see that you're going to get in trouble, then you get a surprise, you panic, and you lose the game. So it's not so easy just to play for a draw. And if you play for a draw, you decide that I want to make a draw, then don't play that, okay, I make a move, I want to draw, but okay, let's try this or that. No, if you decide that you want to draw, then go and show it that you want to draw. Exchange, simplify. It looks very bad. It has a very bad looking game after that. But if you want to make a draw, then go for a draw. Don't make it that I want to draw, but I want to play. I want to show that I still want something, No,
Yeah.
you have to be very clear in your mind what you want. You can't have both. To play extremely safe and have the draw in your pocket during the whole game, but also I'm playing for a win. No, you have to be very straightforward.
And I completely agree with you. And there we do see the pawns get traded off and the queen come to the middle of the board. And of course, the queen gets duly kicked away. She can't step forward. And we are anticipating that she goes to the d6 square to attack d7. And there you go, on the board. And going back to your point about playing for a draw, there, Wenjun. So I got distracted by bishop takes pawn. I was expecting rook f7, setting some tricks, but Wenjun saying nope, she is going to capture on b2 and allow white to go bishop takes pawn on c5.
Yeah, I wonder what black wants to play after bishop c5.
So the candidate moves, you've got queen takes pawn, so choice for white, and there's also bishop takes c5. And let's pull up the analysis board and have a look. So the point is, as Judith indicated, that say you move this bishop or whatever, queen takes rook is a big threat on the board.
I believe black wants to go rook f5. What do you think? Rook f5 or rook f7 simply?
Yeah, so rook f5 attacking the bishop, and I'm sure it's not going to come as a big surprise what move I'm going to suggest. Bishop takes a7. I see it. I take it.
Actually, I don't understand really Black's decision why she took on b2. Because if, let's say, rook takes c4, then queen e6 check.
That's a possibility, right?
Well, yeah, I don't know if white can get anything, because takes on e6, rook d8, rook f8. And a3 pawn is weak.
It's going. I don't even see a way to maintain it, because this bishop on a7 is under lock and key. So for instance, as you've highlighted, king takes, and then it will fall off. So rook f5, rook takes c4. I mean, is there possibility of, I was wondering, queen takes d7, but again,
it's the same thing,
a3
right?
pawn is walk. Yeah, exactly. It's weak is what I wanted to say. It's weak, it's feeble, it's going to not last long on the chessboard, and a bishop on a3 will be able to drop back to f8. So yeah, maybe just easy clarification of the position.
Yes, I believe that Wenjun would be kind of happy now to make a draw, simplify, not a long game today, and then focus with her 2 wide games in the next 3 games. And of course, I must tell you that I believe that the draw today would give a very good position to Wenjun. Because having 2 wide games out of the last 3 games to play with the white in the last round, it always gives a lot of stability, kind of. Because even if she would go behind in the match, when you're white, you know that you have to win. So I think she must have been happy, or at least I would be happy to know that I'm playing with the white pieces in the last game. Because I will decide whether do I want to fight it out and sharpen things, or just a very solid game
yeah.
draw.
And I also think that's exactly the case. Wenjun will have the advantage of the white pieces, and she will control the nature of the game. Having said all that, Lei Tingjie, she does seem to be quite resourceful for black. I mean, as black, I don't think she's really been in too much trouble, and Wenjun has shown a lot of creativity with the black pieces in recent games, switching from e5 to Caro-Kann, and now to this Sicilian variation, but not the same flexibility when it comes to the white pieces. And we almost saw Lei Tingjie reach out to make a move, but then she took it back. She retracted that hand, and she's keeping us guessing. And if this game does finish very quickly, it's been a short and sweet one, as you highlighted. There's also been very effective opening strategy from Wenjun. But there were some fireworks and some traps that Ju had to navigate, especially if we were to go back, say, to move 11, after rook c8, c4. There was one big thing that Wenjun had to avoid, and that was to retreat the knight to e7. I just wanted to highlight this because, oh no, your king! Knight to d6 would have been checkmate.
Yeah.
So these are the kind of things that Wenjun had to work her way through. And in the meantime, so this was the past. Now let's go to the present, and we do see bishop c5 played. Big threat of queen takes rook, so Wenjun has to be careful.
But at this point I was thinking for a second that it's not only rook f5 which is possible, but for example queen h4. To attack the pawn from the side with the queen. So queen d7 is not possible because the c5 bishop would be vulnerable and be taken.
That is true. And
Though bishop
the
d4
first question
maybe.
I ask.
Bishop d4
Yeah, the first
is
question
strong.
is like, what's your threat? So bishop d4 is also good.
Yeah, I think that's very good.
There's no... And what a shame. What a shame that the bishop on b2 covers a very critical square. Because I just to show this pattern, because it is very, very nice. Because if it didn't cover the b2 square, this could have been a possibility. And after bishop takes bishop, this, no, I completely, this rook needs to be gone. I'm hallucinating.
I know what you're thinking of. You want some kind of queen f2 and checkmate on the back rank.
It doesn't work because the rook on d1 is there, and also the bishop on b2 is there. So I'm simply just imagining things on this Tuesday grey morning. Don't blame me, blame the rain that has been non-stop. And so we were just looking at queen h4. I mean, come on, it's summertime, right? And I'm sure it's summer where you are. It's summer for the rest of the world. Well, maybe not for everyone in the world, but for most people where it's summer, it is summer. Not here. It's 14 degrees and grey skies and non-stop rain for 3 days. So if I'm a little bit off center, it's because of the weather, says the Brit.
Well, this is what the ladies playing, they cannot say. No matter what weather they have, no matter what conditions they have to fight the best moves. So queen h4 I'm not happy with because of bishop d4. So still I believe rook f5. Yeah. What about, still rook f5, sorry. I don't see anything better.
Yeah. Okay, what happens if you... Okay, I have an idea. So last time I got greedy with bishop takes a7. And you successfully shown to me that sometimes greed isn't necessarily the best course of action. So this time I just move my bishop out of the way. I'm thinking... The thing is though, after bishop b4, you're certainly going to kick me away with a5, right? I can't maintain my bishop on this.
Well, you asked for it.
Defensive. Yeah. Because you really do want the bishop on b4 just so it keeps an eye on the a3 square. But if if I grab once and after you grab here, I just say, okay, fine. Rook. She's reaching for the rook, but it wasn't rook f5 played. It was instead rook f7. So not as active or forcing as the rook f5, but nonetheless a valid continuation. So
yes, it has also a lot of sense. It's just defending the pawn on d7 and still keep it. The c8 rook is very well placed. This we were talking already. And now if bishop a7, black takes on c4, the a3 pawn is a passed pawn but a weak one. So there is a very good chance that it can fall off at any moment. So black has a completely good position. Even I can say that it's at least as dangerous for white to play on. It's not a position where you say that I'm better with white, it's only me who can play for a win. No, if you put pressing it too hard, you can get in trouble also.
And so can I just put you under the spotlight and ask, okay, what happens after queen takes pawn? So
well, I think we transpose.
We still go. We transpose to the endgame.
Yes.
Pawn
takes rook f8.
And if this happens,
I think rook a8.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's no way to activate this f1 rook. If this pawn had been on h3, perhaps rook b1 would have been something to consider, and the game would have continued. But sadly,
one move at a time, please.
Exactly, because there was no time to make some lift, as I say, or air for the king. Then this rook on f1 cannot mobilize. Okay. So is there another option for kind of keeping this bind? And for instance, dropping the bishop back to e3?
Well, bishop e3, rook c4, and what is your idea?
I'm trying to argue that when it comes to bishops, that maybe this bishop on e3 is better
than to have it on a7.
Well, yeah, I mean, at least maybe I can go rook here, rook back
d8.
to d3. Oh yeah, sorry, rook f8 check, rook here. Yeah, because one thing that I was also worried about was after rook here, I think you can just simply play chase. You can play rook f7 and just keep that game continuing.
But you can, yeah.
But I'm just trying to keep the game alive. So let's head back to rook d3. I'm just seeing, can white kind of minimally claim something? Like for instance, rook b1 is now coming. Perhaps a rook comes to b7 at the right time.
I don't know. I think black can go a5.
And then I come here and say, this is a nibble. Very small nibble.
Rook c2 or...
And no nibble. Yeah. Maybe tiny something.
Also, instead of rook c2, if black just goes back bishop f6, I don't see really big opportunities for white, because black is defending completely the king side with the bishop on f6. c4 rook is standing very active and very nicely. And if I can play a4, let's say...
Yeah.
I see Wenjun, she feels very comfortable. She's happy with her position, that is very balanced. She's confident that she's not going to have any trouble anymore in this game. And we can't say that she had anything so far. It's just a very balanced game with not too much excitement, I must say. We've seen the last previous two games were much more heated up. But this game is seems to be that most likely it's going to be kind of a simplification, entering into a draw, putting more pressure on Lei Tingjie about can she take the lead again, or Wenjun can take the lead. I mean, you never know. But one thing is sure, that with this draw, the world champion will go one step forward on her favor. The situation.
Yeah, as you pointed out, there will be 3 remaining games, and June will have 2 whites in those. So that's a very important point. And Lei Tingjie, she'll surely be very disappointed if this game finishes in what is a very easy draw. Now, people at home might be asking, well, if it is a simple draw, why can't the players just offer each other a draw? Well, the rules of the competition state that no, you cannot. The players can only offer draws after move 40. Before that, they will have to find a draw by repetition.
Yeah, this is a very interesting rule. And I remember the first time I was dealing with something like this, it was Linares, I don't know, 20-something years ago. Because already at that time, there were a lot of talks that the top players, they were sometimes not having such a fighting spirit, because they had such a respect for each other. They were working so much on opening theory, and at the time, computers were not so reliable at all. So we had this, I mean, I was not making quick draws really, but there were players, I remember, like Anand versus Kramnik, move 14. They put the opening preparation and they say draw. And there was a huge frustration from the organizers, because they say, we pay to see a game. Nobody has to perform to win. It's not in the contract, of course. But one thing is that you come there to play and give this show of 2, 3, 4, whatever hours. It can be a draw, of course, at the end, but you have to play the game out. And at that point, the organizer, Mr. Rentero, decided that, you know what, I don't want in my tournament quick draws. So, if nothing else works, I'm going to be forcing the players signing the contract, including that you cannot offer a draw and you cannot make a draw under move 40. And it was kind of strange, you know. It was very strange because I remember that I was kind of outraged that how is it possible that I have to sign a contract that I cannot offer a draw before 40? I'm a fighting player. What do they want to tell me? I was kind of insulted, you know.
But it has kind of like some interesting implications, like in not just professional chess, but also just in big tournaments as well. Because before, you know, you used to be able just to agree a quick draw whenever you wanted to. And now it's not so possible because there's no draws allowed before move 30 or now move 40 is quite a common thing. And we see Lei Tingjie, she's not satisfied with the lines after bishop takes pawn. So that is why, again, she maintains the tension and she now moves the rook to attack the bishop.
But you know, there is a reason, because if we can go back just a moment, because instead of rook b1, the move bishop a7 we were watching, rook c4 was not the best move, I believe. So after rook f7, rook f7, bishop a7, queen c7 was the best move, I believe. And then maybe black is taking over because black is forcing to exchange the queens, not losing the d7 pawn. So black can exchange the queens. After that, take the c4 pawn, and probably the a3 pawn can be vulnerable and weak. So in this case, it would be maybe even more dangerous for white to play on. And I think this is why she played rook b1. But after rook b1, black can simply eliminate the bishop from c5, because now rook c6 is possible, as there is no pin anymore from the rook on d1. And then white... Oh, look at that!
I think
rook b2.
Rook b2 anyhow. Yeah.
Wow.
I only saw this because the evaluation bar went up. Look at it.
Oh, look at that. What a trap. What a trap set up by Lei. Look at that. Nice tactics.
Well, they are not in that chair for nothing. No, it is very nice tactics. Rook c6, probably something that Wenjun, somewhere in the back of her mind, had been counting on. But then how do you answer this rook to b1 if rook c6 is not possible? You have to maybe pivot and go for your rook f5 idea. What else can you do?
Well,
I mean, the reason I'm a bit reluctant, you can retreat the bishop, right? But the reason I don't want to do that is because of, you can go queen bishop f6. Hang on a second. Judith showed me the way once. Why do I not learn?
Yeah, this is possible, but that's not the only move, I think.
Okay.
That's not the only move. You know, I'm even thinking...
To go bishop e7.
You know what I'm thinking about? What about bishop e5?
Bishop e5?
Yes.
Oh, that's nice. So the idea of after queen takes bishop is forced.
Rook f5.
Rook f5. And yeah. No way back from that one. I guess you have to go... I guess queen d6.
Yes, but then rook takes f to c5, and it's not black who will fight for a draw. Well, it's not white either. But okay, rook b7, rook c7, so it starts to become very drawish.
Yeah, but there's still some fear for white, right? Because on account of this pawn on c4, which is just completely weak. Because you were looking at rook and then rook c7. I don't know which rook. Probably this.
Yeah, why not? Or
Maybe I'll curl up into a ball
yeah,
and do it this
yeah,
way.
yeah. I agree with that. Yeah,
I was worried about rook fb1 and
but you can worry
Yeah.
even now. Now even rook fb1 will be played anyway.
right, but then you do have moves like
Rook c4,
rook c4 now.
and then
The
go
idea of
back.
going rook c1.
Yeah, yeah.
But I guess even then, you could be super calm about it and go h3.
Yeah, but you go back, rook 4 to c7.
Ah, yes, you do.
Bishop
Yes.
e5 is a tricky move.
No, bishop e5, very tricky. Tricky idea. Okay, so let's go back. So this was Judith's suggestion. Bishop e... Whoops, not that one, rook b1. I'm just... Bishop e5, tricky. You have to take. No other moves. Rook f5. And now White has to find a good place to put the queen.
Yeah, because I was wondering if it's possible to sacrifice the queen, but I think that's not enough for white. To go bishop d4 or something. I mean, there are a lot of squares, but I think if, let's say, white would be able to play, I don't know, queen f5, ef5, bishop d6, and c5, that would be another story. But after bishop d6, rook c4.
Yeah.
But if white would have time for c5, then I would go for the queen sacrifice, maybe.
I respect my queen too much. I'm always very afraid.
You don't give up queens for positional compensation?
I've done it a handful of times. I remember I once spent like about 40 minutes assessing like a queen versus three pieces. And I remember everyone was like, look at me, and just like, just do it. And I was like, no, because and then only once I had figured out exactly how the three pieces would coordinate, then did I have the courage to sacrifice my queen. No, it's like my favorite piece. I don't want to give her up.
I understand. I was also sacrificing in my life mostly to give checkmate, not for positional sacrificing. But sometimes it can be very, very nice. Even not only for 2 pieces and 1 pawn, if those pieces are really active and powerful and controlling and your pieces are active, sometimes it can be incredibly powerful.
Yeah. Certainly, definitely. There's some joy, right, in sacrificing a queen and going for the long-term gains. But yes, I'm not that bold. Although I love to do it. I love to do it in commentary, because in commentary, it's like you have the power of the beautiful take back and rook b1. And we've been looking at ideas of going bishop e5, which is a beautiful forcing move, and white, I feel, has to be the one that treads quite carefully in that position in order not to leave themselves with just this very weak c4 pawn. We also, bishop f6 is another possibility, but something that black must absolutely not do. Stay away from this one. This one comes with a big fat danger sign. You cannot go rook c6. Rook c6 is really not possible because of a beautiful queen sacrifice that white has. White will play rook takes
Then
d2.
you did not mind to sacrifice your queen.
No.
No, because you
10
get it
times
back.
out of 10.
Because
Yeah.
you get it back.
Exactly. It's you know what they say about gambitiers? The secret ambition of a gambitier is to win back the sacrifice material. Yeah.
Yeah, I never minded to sacrifice, to give up material for my tactical ideas.
But was that because you studied a lot of tactics right when you were a child?
I think so.
Right from the beginning?
Well, I
Yeah.
think because I studied a lot of tactics, a lot of puzzles, a lot of solving, and also because I was successful with it. And of course, if you're successful with the way you play, then you stick to that.
Yeah.
It's simple as that, I believe.
And how did you manage to kind of, because obviously you were talking about how you were a tactical player, how you weren't very careful with your squares, but you know, how you obviously, to be the best, you actually have to have a very universal style. You have to be capable of playing well at any type of position. So how do you round off your style?
Well, first of all, they gave me some good lessons, and I burned myself with my weaknesses. And you know, you learn sometimes slowly, but sometimes some examples are enough, and you realize that it's worth looking after the weak squares or not to give them to your opponent, because if you play against a strong one, then you make a mistake, a weakness, and then it's there for the rest of the game, and they punish you. So I think basically this was the biggest lesson I've learned, and that's only after that I started to look after the positional element of chess as well. But you also have to understand that when you improve in some parts of the game, it's very difficult not to lose something from your strengths in another part. So that's the most difficult thing generally to study in chess, that once you're very good in some part of the game and you want to improve in other parts of the game, don't lose your good skills on that level, what you were good at. And it's the same goes for example, openings. You play one opening, you're an expert, you start to look something else, and then you're neglecting your other opening, which you were so good at. So no, it's not that you're exchanging your knowledge from this one to that. It's how to make it building and adding some extra knowledge into your existing one. So this is a very interesting and very difficult. Because once you feel comfortable in positional game also, then maybe next time you don't go for the tactical always, because you feel already good also in a positional game. So it can be tricky when you improve in one field, one part of chess.
Yeah.
For example, it's very typical when you practice endgame a lot. I've seen this with Topalov, for example, when he had a training session with Dvoretsky, who was considered the best trainer for a long time. And after that, I didn't understand at some point, how is it possible that Topalov has endgame in every game he plays? And after that, I understood, because he had a training session for 2 or 3 weeks. And you know, when you get into something, you understand more, and you understand that you understand it, then somehow you tend to go in that direction. So suddenly I realized that the guy is just simply having endgame, 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 one after another. So this is what it goes. When you go in some direction, you tend to go deep, and you may forget about some other parts which you enjoyed or you knew very well or you were good at. So it's different to pull yourself back and not replacing knowledge, but adding knowledge to your existing.
So what you're saying is you must still train on your strengths. And Bishop E5, Judith, you called it, and it's on the board. The most forcing move, Lei Tingjie.
She's very happy.
Always
with this
been present. Yeah. Is that your reading of her? And you can see, wow.
Yeah.
Bishop E5 awarded a brilliancy mark there. You can see 2 exclamation marks. So that was a great move. It's a fantastic idea.
I think Lei simply blundered this. Mm-hmm. She's in a shock.
Yeah, it is a move.
She, who is tactical, who is so good, how could she blunder that? Because, of course, there is no other move than capture it.
It's very forcing, right?
So this is why...
We ran for the rise, yeah.
This is why she's in a shock. Because if you're expecting this move, then you're just simply taking it and continue the game. So now she's giving away her weakness or the real situation that she blundered. And now she is under a shock.
Yes, well,
You see?
it's she has blundered, but she hasn't blundered away anything. It's just a brilliant move. And that easily neutralizes the position. And in fact, if anyone is slightly better, it will be Wenjun here, on account of this weak c4 pawn. But she just has to hold her nerve. 21 moves in. She just has to accept the position that's in front of her. She can't impose her will. She can't make it sharp. And to Lei Tingjie's credit, she's been doing that. She's not one of these people who, because she has an aggressive style, she tries to play aggressively all the time. And we are seeing queen takes bishop. The rook came to f5, attacking the queen. And now the big question is, where is the best home for this queen? Is it on d6? That's very tempting. It might be that d4 is the best.
I would go, I think, to d6, and after rook c5 to go rook d1, and I would understand that, okay, this game I don't want much anymore. I want to simplify, shake hands, and rest. And focus for the next game. There is not much white can do. I think you have to understand. And sometimes it was, for example, not easy to, let's say I wanted to play the game, and then there is a point where you can fight, you can play, you can do whatever you want, but the best thing and the most professional thing to admit that this is what I got from today. Now don't fight. There is not going to be chances anymore. Try to look for simplification, even if it looks bad, even if it looks like you're fighting for a draw, but just do it.
Just do it. And does Lei Tingjie get any style points if she finds the flashy bishop b6?
Oh. Yeah, flashy bishop b6 I like.
I like it too, because at least you might make your opponent jump out of their chair as they think,
but I think
I did not consider that move.
I think after bishop b6, probably rook e5, bishop d8, rook d8, and in the next move, rook a5 is strong.
Yeah. I didn't say it was good.
You said it's flashy.
Style points. Yeah. And flashy is neither good nor bad, just quite showy. Okay, rook f5.
But I think there are endless opportunities for both colors. I mean, basically, it's even with black. I mean, white can't go wrong so much because of the weakness of the d7. There is always going to be a balance of c4 weakness, d7 weakness. So the most realistic outcome of this game is that in the next 8 to 10 moves, everything is going to be simplified. Rooks, pawns, and draw. Yeah. But maybe I'm going to be wrong.
No, I don't think you're wrong. And that is the answer to Copa Sadik's 11's questions. And how is it a brilliant move? I'm new. Now, copacetic is a word that Dania Naroditsky used. I have never heard of it in my life, but it just means that it's a good move. And anyhow, so bishop e5, and so okay, I actually have a definition on this double exclamation mark. A brilliancy at chess.com is calculated when a piece is sacrificed and the position stays the same or for white or gets better. So this is the point. It's a sacrifice. It's a short-term sacrifice for black, but the position stays the same for white or black or gets better. So here in this case, the sacrifice really just improves black's position, because after queen takes bishop, rook comes to f5, the bishop will be regained, there will be harmony in black's pieces, and it was a great positional evaluation.
Well, it's always nice to see if we have new audience. But I would also add that the amazing and brilliancy move is about unexpectedness also. That it's not natural. It's just comes out of the blue, right, from nowhere. It's just wow. It gives you this impression after bishop e5. And these are the moves I liked very much always in my career. Whether it was good or bad, so at some point I didn't care. I was just so tempted to play it. But of course, with time, I was more trying to go on the brilliancy, on the positive side of the amazing unexpected move than just an unexpected great idea and showing my creativity.
Yeah. And talking about brilliant, unexpected, surprise, I think it's the perfect time for us to take a break whilst we leave Lei Tingjie with the white pieces, pondering how she is going to be dealing with this surprising resource that Wenjun has just found. She has 34 minutes to think, and I'm sure she'll take her time while she considers where she's going to put the queen. And we will find out what approach she takes in just a few minutes, and we're going to leave you on the other side of a break.
International Master Danny Wrench, Chief Chess Officer, back again with more chess terms here for you today. We're going to talk about the passed pawn. The passed pawn must be pushed. You hear it said often, and that's because just about every endgame you see that isn't a blowout often comes down to maybe someone's up one pawn, or maybe even just the first person to create a passed pawn is the person who goes on to win that game. We're going to talk about what the passed pawn is and define it for you in today's video. Let's do it. What is a passed pawn? A passed pawn is a pawn that has no enemy pawns stopping it from moving forward. That means pawns either on the file in which it resides or on the adjacent files that would therefore capture the pawn should it advance. So if a pawn has none of those things stopping its way, then it's time to push them, baby, as our boy Yasser would say, and as you hear mentioned on many broadcasts that you would watch on Chess TV. And on that note, as we look at our game examples we like to do, this is taken from Tomaszewski versus Rajava. Here, white plays the move b5 exclam, which highlights again, it's not how many pawns you have, but who's going to be threatening to get a queen first. After black takes it, white pushes forward with gusto, and because the rook can't blockade the pawn due to the light square bishop, this game is already over. Black is going to have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on b6, and white would simply be up a minor piece. Note that after the first move b5, should a takes b5 have been played, white would have pushed this pawn and then trapped the rook on a7, showing the power of the passed pawn. As with it protecting the bishop, this rook is completely out of the game, and white would easily go on to win, picking up pawns and just flexing the rook's muscles over the bishop for the rest of the game. So here we see a passed pawn being used as a weapon to just cramp down and trap all of your enemy pieces. So this has been another Chess Terms video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're enjoying all of them. And with that, I will sign off, hoping that you learned something about what a passed pawn is, and we'll see you around on chess.com.
Okay, if I lose a game before I go to sleep, I have to play until I win. And once I win a game, then I will play another. Why isn't my chess rating going up?
China. The world's oldest civilization was born here. Thousands of years later, it is one of the world's chess powerhouses. For most of the past 30 years, China has held the most prestigious title in women's chess. The legacy of the Women's World Championship is rich. Menchik, Gaprindashvili and Chibananitsa, Kosteniuk, Sijun and Ho Yifan. Now, three-time world champion Zhu Wenjun is defending her title once more. After vanquishing the likes of Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryashkina, another rival awaits. Challenger Lei Tingjie had to defeat 3 grandmasters in matches herself to get here. In the first 2 rounds of the candidates, she took on sisters Maria and Anna Musichuk and won. Then in the final, she beat former world champion Tang Zhongyi.
And that's it! Resignation! Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 Candidates Finals.
Will Zhu Wenjun defend, or will we have a first-time champion, Lei Tingjie? Half the match is in Zhu's hometown of Shanghai, half the match in Chongqing, where Lei hails from. Who will win and claim their share of the €500,000 prize fund? Welcome to the official broadcast of the 2023 FIDE Women's Chess Championship. Hello everyone and welcome back to Chongqing, and there we see Zhu Wenjun in quiet confidence, I would say, because she has just surprised Lei Tingjie in the position and forced a position where she is slightly better. And now the shoe is on the other foot, as we say in English, and Lei Tingjie now deep in thought, trying to figure out where to put her queen. How can she neutralize Zhu Wenjun's potential threat against her weak pawns? Well, it has been a tense game. It might be short, it might be heading for a draw, but that doesn't change what is going to be happening in the match, because they are currently even. And a short draw will certainly favour the reigning Women's World Champion.
Well, I think it's also important that Black has more time, because we always talk about time as well, how important it can be and how much it shows who is in what form, or moreover, how do they feel exactly during the game. That do they feel they have a better position, worse position, worrying position, and it shows that Zhu Wenjun knows what she's doing, she understands the position, and she feels comfortable because she has nearly 10 minutes lead on the clock. And indeed, Bishop e5, the shocking move was played just a move before, which was very unpleasant for White, because I think she might have been thinking about being a little bit better, or trying to press maybe in the game. She understood that it's not much for White, but after Bishop e5, it's a simplification. Getting rid of the bishops, it favors Black a lot. And basically all the Black pieces are very active. So immediately once the queen will be moving away, which it has to be moving away, d4 or d6, what we were thinking. And then the rook from f5 probably will go over to the queen side, capturing the bishop on c5, and immediately attack the weak c4 pawn. So this is the problem of White's position. And this is why for Black, there is no problem at all holding the position. It's just she's not worse at all, because having only the queens and the rooks on the board, the c4 pawn is weak. Of course, Black has weak spots also in her camp, but it's going to be exchanging those weak pawns. So that's what I'm expecting to be played, queen d4 or queen e3 maybe, but queen d4 kind of looks more logical to keep the pressure on the d file, on the d7 pawn, and then somehow to control and enter onto the 7th rank with the rook.
Yeah, and there we actually saw Lei Tingjie reach for the queen, And she is now taking a step back. And whilst you were talking, I was listening to you and also looking at Lei Tingjie, because she is very expressive and you feel like you're going through a range of emotions alongside her. So for instance, she looked like she was going like this. Come on, be determined, be ferocious. And it felt like she was giving herself a pep talk. And right now, it looks like she's resigned to her fate. That, oh, okay, well, she might have to suffer a few moves in order to easily secure that draw. And yeah, as chat says, if she wants to have any hope of winning, for starters, she needs to take a look and save her queen. And Lei Tingjie down to just under 25 minutes. Players have played 22 moves, so still lots of time on the clock, lots of moves to be made, but the position is clarifying, as you mentioned, Judith, and simplicity is key.
I think for white, if I would be playing with white, I think I would just say, okay, let's go for it. Let's see how I'm going to be simplifying into a rook endgame and really finish the game of this one. Because once you feel that you're not going to have, you're just making moves, but you don't feel that you can really press or to look for a better position, or maybe even you can get in danger if you're not paying attention, then you have to be strong and accept the facts, which is not always very easy during the game if you had other thoughts and other plans. But you have to admit, and she went queen d6. And so rook takes c5. This is what we were expecting. And now let's see how she's planning to simplify. Rook b7. Interesting that but she didn't put it in the center of the square. Look at how ugly that rook looks on the board.
But I think that's just not carelessness, but when you've kind of come to terms with the result, and it's not a result that you particularly want, so you just can't be bothered to kind of make those moves in an accurate way. You just kind of like, oh. But then again, I do this all the time. I'm not very careful with how I position the pieces. And what annoys me though, when people correct my pieces, I'm like, these are my pieces. I put them like that. Don't touch.
I just wanted to tell you that I'm surprised that Wenjun is not jedubing the b7 rook, because it's kind of disturbing me that it's standing there very much, already biting a little bit still on the b6 square. Look at.
But do you know something? This is something that really, to non-chess players, is very bizarre. Like the whole ritual of setting up the pieces and how we adjust and turn the knights. I remember my sisters came, they used to play chess a long time ago, but they had, they haven't touched a board for like 25 years. And they came and they came to kind of cheer me on, and they were like, why is everyone like adjusting the pieces? Like, what is going on in their minds? I mean, is everyone okay? And I was like, I understand it looks strange, but you have this routine, you have this pre-game thing going on where it's just part of playing chess.
It's a ritual, It's a ritual before the game. You go, you come, and then you just touch your pieces, right? Everything should be in the place. Many people do the knights towards the enemy, like standing the knights like that. But it was also for me all the time. It was like somehow getting into the mood, getting into the flow of the game.
Totally can understand that. But one thing that I will be a bit more strict on over the board chess is if I put my piece incorrectly, I am not going to let my opponent adjust it.
So what do you do if I would say jedub and I touch your piece? You're going to hit my hand or what?
No. What I would do is when you walk away, I will readjust it so it's back. We play a game, cat and mouse. Just imagine, this is a fantastic way. Especially if you know that your opponent is a perfectionist and wants it all, you're like. Anyway, that is just me being mean, a bit devious. No, definitely no Wenjun Shadubing adjusting that piece. I can see that our producer Bic also thinks that I'm there's a special place in hell just for those that adjust knights faced away from the opponent. Like, who does that? Yeah. It's
Yes,
like getting
but of course,
an early touch of football. Yeah.
yeah. Well, the players, of course, they are busy with other things. You can see, but most of if you look at the pieces, all of the pieces are in more or less in the center of a square. So for me, it's also kind of a message that when she played rook b7, of course, she would adjust it to put it in the middle of the square, but they are engaged with much more important thoughts in their mind. So you can see that it's a lot of things going on and a lot of tension going on. That's why they are not realizing it, because they're so busy with calculating the lines. Otherwise, if it would be move 8 or move 10, I think it would be obvious that you adjust the piece. But
right, this is not an ordinary chess match. This is not an ordinary game. This is the Women's World Championship match. There's so much at stake. It's not just money. There's the pride, the glory, there's nerves. I mean, everything is going to get analyzed, and it's not going to be just analyzed by your opponent. It's going to be analyzed by the team, the public. So, I mean, definitely you can just feel that everything is on edge. And you know, we see Lei Tingjie. It feels like she's giving herself that pep talk. Do you, when you were playing and you needed to you've been making some bad moves and you needed to say, come on, let's do this, let's change the narrative. Did you have anything that you did just to kind of bring yourself back to focus?
Not really. I think I went for a walk sometimes to get back on track in the game, to get back onto focus, especially when there was a change of structure, or even when I blundered something, because it's not so easy to get over on that when you blunder. I mean, this bishop e5, she blundered, but it's not the end of the world. It's not like she has a worse position. It's not even that she had such a amazing other opportunity if she's not allowing this. It was anyway pretty equalish position. The only thing that you're not happy with yourself, that you don't see something and your opponent see that move, right? So it's just not a nice feeling. And you're kind of happy, okay, I didn't blunder anything. It's just a simplification, and she's going to make an easier way a draw. But yeah, sometimes you can lose your concentration and you're not happy with yourself. That has to be fixed during the game in one way or another. But I always try to tell to myself whatever happened in the previous moves of the game, because of course when we play you can easily have a good position and then in few moves you lose your advantage or even winning position. But it's very important just to be in the exact position. So to pull yourself back to it and evaluate and look at this. What is the situation now after the bishops were taken off the board? Because it's very important to evaluate. Mm-hmm. So would you be playing on and play for a win with white, or would you be playing for a draw here?
No, I would be backpedaling as furiously as I could, because, I mean, just looking at the pawn structure, you know, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I don't know why I tell everyone my flaws and my weaknesses in my game, but you know, I do. I still am a chess player, so you can use this knowledge against me. But I would be terrified about bad things happening to the c4 pawn, and if this pawn falls, and if by some, you know, miracle this d7 pawn doesn't fall off the board, you can easily see an endgame where black is just much better. So that's why I would be trying to look at kind of simplifications, try to get a clear-cut way. And we see Wenjun, after that pause, just retreat her rook from the 5th row, move it down to c7, challenging its counterpart. And this is where I feel like Lei Tingjie has to be accurate. She has to find a good solution here. And like, for instance, you can easily go wrong by trading too many pieces. So say, for instance, a rook ending, I feel that that's going to be much better for black. If
Well,
the
you
queen
mean-
and rook lift. Yeah, so for instance, say if you just simply, without thinking, let's pull up the analysis board just to show this very quick line. Rook takes rook after queen takes. If you just did this, this is going to be one-way traffic. It's only going to be black that's pressing because the black king just comes in and you can apply pressure on the c4 pawn. Whether this is objectively a draw, I couldn't even tell you. I don't know. I suspect that it might be a draw, but white will have to grovel.
Well, now, yes, of course, in this position, black would be in heaven to torture white for quite some time. But now she played rook fb1. And I think it's important with the style of Lei Tingjie, it will be not a problem to make a draw. Even if she's giving up the pawn on c4, she's going to play simply, I believe, after rook c4, h3 or g3. Black is going to go back to c7. But after that, it will be not possible for black to make a good move. So I think that's what's going to be. Rook c4, g3, rook back to c7, and maybe after that she just plays h4. And she has such a stable fortress, having the queen on d6, rook on the 7s, that white has full compensation.
Yes, so let's just pull up that idea on the board because it is very calm and I do like it. So the idea is just after rook takes pawn, g3, just to keep the pawn structure stable, and then one rook will have to, well, this rook will have to dive back down just to defend the a7 pawn and the d7 pawn. And Judah is just saying white can even go h4 and ask black what move are they going to make.
Yes, so maybe for this reason black is not even going to go back to c7 with the rook, but maybe it's better for her to force and play rook c6 from c4, forcing white to capture on d7, takes to go rook c7.
Which rook?
Well,
I
the
think
sixth.
probably the sixth rook. Okay.
Yeah, because after the other one, then rook b8 would be unpleasant.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can say that white has a more pleasant situation, but not in reality. Or black could just simply play rook c1, exchanging one pair of rooks, and play a5. That's the simplest. Yeah. That's even better.
So, jack.
Yeah, takes, and a5. And rook a7, rook c5. But it's also possible if we go back to the game position and after rook c4, white is going to play g3 and black goes back rook 4 to c7, white goes, let's say, h4, and then black can go first a5.
Oh, a5. Okay, so
a5. So, and if black would be on move, let's say white plays a4 or king g2 or something, then black goes rook c6. So the black pawn is already standing on a5. But that is also going to be a draw most likely.
Right. I mean, could we see a situation though? Like, for instance, if you don't touch any... Yeah, okay, so a4, a5, and then, for instance, black goes h6 and goes king h7, king g8. And we see some... Because it feels like everyone is standing in their optimal either aggressive squares or defensive squares. And
well, it's also possible, yes.
Okay, so we are seeing rook takes pawn on the board, and we are expecting a move like g3 to be played. And g3 is needed because if white gets greedy, and I should show these type of ideas, that would be a big mistake on so many levels, because remember this mating pattern, when the pawns stand in front of the king has no way out other than f1 on h1, and this means that a back rank will be possible. And then you can go here, and the king just cannot run from this check and you'll have to intercept with the queen, but that would only prolong the game for one more move. So very, very important to recognize that in this position, this pawn structure allows something called the back rank mate, and you gotta make some space for the king just to dodge that check.
But you know what, g3 maybe would be not the best move. Because after g3, I could go rook c1 check, and if you take king g2, queen a8.
Yeah, oops, king g2.
Queen a8.
8. Well, you do have...
I mean, it's still most... Why
queen
what
takes
did I
pawn.
blunder?
I
wanted to go rook b1.
Yeah, but the checkmate ends the game.
Oh my god. Oh my
it's
god.
Tuesday morning. There's something in the air.
That was nasty. This is not me. Sorry, it's someone else.
I tell you, it's the moon.
I have to call
Mercury
in
rising
Judith to come back.
the Mercury's in retrograde. That's what they say, Judith.
Oh.
Okay, so rook takes c4. g3 is possible, just because of this idea of queen d7. Blame the rain. Oops. And no, hang on a second. That was me trying to hit the refresh button and not getting there.
We are having things on the board, what we were discussing.
Yeah, we predicted it. g3, rook 4, c7. And Wenjun just under 30 minutes, whereas Lei Tingjie 21 minutes, and they've made 26 moves. So again, no serious time control. The position is relatively stable for both sides. Wenjun just grimly holding on to her extra pawn, whilst Lei Tingjie, she has enough compensation to maintain the balance. And balance is all we can ask for when it comes to playing chess. That kind of brought me on to, like, how did you feel before every game? Like, did you find that you played better if you were angry, if you were ill? And the reason I'm saying ill, because sometimes chess can be a nice distraction when you're feeling very unwell, or if you were happy.
For me, I played always the best chess when I was very balanced. When I was very calm and I knew everything is around, very quiet around me. And in the family also, I must say, that somehow I needed this tranquility to be able to really just to focus on chess. Mm-hmm. And that is what I was looking for all the time when I was going to a tournament. And also this, of course, this was the case when I was traveling with my parents when I was little and my sisters. Then only with my mom I was traveling a lot. And later on, my husband took over this role because he was joining me to tournaments, and he understood very fast that before the game he can't really disturb me because I'm preparing. We had breakfast or lunch, only either lunch or breakfast. So I was in the mood of being in this situation that I'm focused and I'm busy with the game and the lines and the preparation. And after the game, it was also that usually he was not telling about crazy things to me or problems or whatever, but more of, having the typical sport of walking and just chatting and relaxing. So those were the best routines which I was using to play the best.
So just walking and just being in a good frame of mind. And did you do anything like meditation? Like I know some of the young Indian teenagers, like Gukash, he's a big fan of meditation and yoga.
Actually, I love to hear that he is meditating and yoga, and I think it's great. I think it's fantastic for chess players I would definitely just advise to players to use this not help, but this kind of preparation. I was not doing neither yoga nor meditation. I was doing some gymnastics in my room when I was competing. At home, I was going to play whatever. In different periods of my life, I was doing different sports: tennis, table tennis, kickboxing, swimming, aerobics, skiing. I mean, I did quite a few sports, and. But at the tournament, I was always doing it was part of my daily routine to make an hour of gymnastic.
And by gymnastics, do you mean
Not the jumping things. No, it's more like exercising, stretching, like slow
okay?
things.
Because I had a vision of you somersaulting on your bed. When you said gymnastics, I was like,
No, no, no. no. It's some exercises.
Okay, just but it's important. Gymnastics makes you strong, and I know. I think Bibi Sara Asaobeeva, she's been a women's bliss world champion for the last 2 years, but she's also a serious gymnastic, and she uses that as well. Yeah, she uses that as well as to kind of get into shape, but also a way for her to relax. And definitely fitness is such a big thing in mainstream sports.
Yeah, definitely. So it was very important for me also to do some exercises before the game, and usually it was an hour. Like when I was home, maybe I was lazy for it, but somehow when in the tournament before the game, I knew that I have this 1 hour before I start, deepen into my preparation of the problems of the Naidorf or the Sveshnikov or the Dragon or the Paulsen or Rai Lopez. So I was taking my time.
And it's important to get into the right mood before dabbling into those openings. And we do see a5 on the board. If we see the move a4, we would have predicted almost everything. I think we didn't think about king g2, but we did mention it. And I do see Wenjun leave the venue and perhaps go to her resting area. Do you remember that the players do have an area where they can just pace, they can relax, they've got refreshments there, they can simply walk off the nervous tension. It's a very important room to have. And I also wanted to kind of ask, because I was inspired by one of the comments there on chat that came from Grandpa Simpson, saying that they played the best chess after eating a clubhouse sandwich. And the reason I want to ask you this is because there was a big debate when I was playing in my German team as to whether one should have carbohydrates or whether one should just stock up on protein. And some people would say, no, you got to have a steak. Now I'm vegetarian, so I don't touch a steak. And then other one will say, no, you got to have a bowl of pasta. Did you ever consult the experts, or what is your opinion on this controversial topic?
Well, to tell you the truth, I did not really care that much, and I was not paying attention any specific diet or whatever. I experienced it for myself, how it's best for me. So this is why for tournaments, I had the routine of having 2 meals a day. During the games, I was not eating at all. I was always drinking, but not eating nothing, even if it was like a 6-hour game. But now maybe if I would be competing, I would take care more about my eating habits or having more understanding on that. But I know that for every player is different. I remember when I was a teenager and I was eating light salads, and I like fish very much. Now I'm vegan, but I changed my habits in different times. But I remember when Karpov, for example, he had breakfast, and then in Spain they had started the games pretty late, like 4 o'clock or so, and he just went to eat his lunch, and from lunch from the restaurant he went straight to the playing hall, which was very strange for me. For me, it was not working. I had to have my meal like, I don't know, an hour or 2 hours before the start of the game because I didn't want it later. So everybody has their different times. I remember
Yeah.
Kasparov was having his steak all the time before the game because he wanted blood. Yeah, he wanted his fighting spirit over the board. But yeah, these can be important things. But I was at the time I was not paying too much attention to that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I did not know that anecdote about Kasparov. I mean, I would certainly say, like, for instance, if you're visiting a place and you're unused to the food, then you should be careful. So, for instance, Chongqing, they have this, obviously it's amazing cuisine, but they're very well known to have a very fiery cuisine. So if you're not used to chilies, then you need to do something and try to adapt your palate. I tried to do this for Chennai at the Olympiad because, you know, obviously it's South Indian cuisine. I was really looking forward to trying the curries, but of course, a spicy curry in India is different to what is a spicy curry in the UK, and certainly what it is in Norway. So I was training with my heat tolerance. I was improving what I thought, and I was doing okay. And there we see them.
I enjoyed a lot in Chennai because I love Indian food. I love spicy, so I was in heaven there.
Well, me too. I thought that but the great thing was that I actually thought I was doing okay. I thought, I thought, I've eaten quite a few chilies. I've upped my spice tolerance, and it wasn't so okay. I thought, excellent. Some food was spicy, but it's okay. I can manage everything. And it wasn't until the very last day where everyone had left. I had a very late flight, and I realized that the food was different. The food was a lot more spicier. So it turned out I had been tricked. That they had deliberately made the food milder for the chess players, and I hadn't been sampling the real Indian cuisine. It was like, oh.
But maybe it was better really for you because you couldn't stand it.
Yeah, but it was really spicy. Yeah, but okay. I did want to, because like you say, Indian cuisine is just amazing. And there we have h4 on the board. And I wonder how the two players, actually, let's return back to the board because we've been everywhere. We've been on food, been on travels, and let's travel to the board.
Back to China.
Back to Chongqing, and it's almost like we had a crystal ball out and we predicted these moves. And Lei Tingjie, she's just simply holding the position as is. And the big question is actually to Wenjun. How is she going to maintain the balance in this type of position? I always just thought she could maybe shuffle. And unfortunately for her, it's not easy to shuffle. I mean, the only piece that I can think of that can do the job is the king.
Well, I would just go rook c6.
Force that trade, yeah.
Yeah, I just don't like to play king h7, king g8 moves.
It feels a bit weak, doesn't it? It also feels like I'm just waiting for something bad to happen.
Yeah, it's like I'm the mouse and the opponent is the cat, so I don't want that.
Okay, so rook c6, force the issue.
Yeah.
Okay, and so let's dive into this one. So rook c6, queen takes pawn, forced.
Though maybe I'm
queen
wrong.
Takes queen.
Because it takes. I have to go rook c7, and then I go to passive situation. So maybe I cannot do this.
Yeah. Well, it is an option. It is an option. But let's have a look at what happens if you just do nothing.
Yeah, but the problem is I cannot do nothing. I have to go rook c7 and takes after that rook b5. Because now I have my pawn on a5, which is disturbing because takes rook b5 attacks and I go to passive situation, which I definitely don't want. No. No, this is not possible.
Okay.
So rook c6 is not possible. So maybe after rook king h7, king g8.
Okay, and if we wait like this, are we going to see some kind of king? I'm trying to think of Well,
King H8.
King H8 played. Okay, I like that move better because then there's no checks on D3. There's no... So, and if you just wait, King H8, King G8. Is there any way for Lei Tingjie to kind of prolong the game?
I completely understand actually King H8 because he didn't want to go to white square on H7, some Queen D3 check or whatever. No, I think it's simply equal. It's a stalemate situation. Nobody can do anything. If white takes on C7, then Queen C7, black is taking the advantage. If black takes on B7, Rook B7, then the D7 is falling off black. So the tension has to be capped by either side, by both sides. But nobody can improve.
No. So no trades with rook takes rook. And if black were to do this, then there would be too much pressure on the D7 pawn. So, I mean, but it's kind of rare. Actually, I'm going to ask you, have you ever seen a situation like the game position where white's rook and queen can't move, black's two rooks and queen can't really move, and the only piece that has some flexibility, has some freedom, is the king? But of course the king cannot do too much.
In some cases I've seen situations where this stalemate thing, that everybody is worsening the position if does something, and it's only the king go back and forth. So I wouldn't be surprised if this would be the moment where they start repeating the moves King H2, King G2, and that's it. But we are at move 33, if I see it correctly, and white has 14 minutes left, and it will be difficult to come up with any idea, I believe. Really, because if white goes anywhere with her rook, the black C7 rook is going to be freeing up so it can be moving away. And, well, white has full compensation for the pawn. Rook B2.
Rook B2 played. And Wenjun, I wonder whether she's going to play King to G8 and say...
Actually, I have one question. Why not take some B7 with white, with black, and Rook C6?
Okay. Well, that would... Okay.
I mean, she could do that the move earlier also. This is what I wanted. Takes, Rook C6.
Takes, Rook C6. And this will force the draw because But Rook B8 doesn't mean anything, but...
Well, it's not anything. Pawn. You have a pawn down if you go Rook B8. So you're going to take on D7, right? Takes, Rook C4.
And then I say, you can attack one pawn, but I will attack your other one.
Exactly.
And well, this one is a draw.
Exactly.
But it actually favors, ironically enough, the one with 3 pawns on the one side, because they can advance in a much more straightforward way. And there's some famous examples. I think Karpov won it with 3 pawns. It's just simply the only reason that the side with the 3 pawns are majority wins, because the side with the rogue A pawn tends to be very, very ambitious and push the pawn all the way to A2. And then they just leave themselves with a very, very weak rook. But okay, that's like a long time in the future, and both players are very skilled, and I'm sure they will recognize it. But in the meantime, there is a deadlock on the board. We see the queens and the rooks all facing off against each other, and it appears like neither side can move. We will see what's going to happen in the next few moves. Will there be a mass entangling? Will it fizzle out into draw? We will find out. But The most elite tournament in bullet chess has begun. It's the 2023 Speed Chess Championship featuring Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firouzja, and more. Can Hikaru defend his crown? How will Magnus fare in his Bullet Chess Championship debut? 16 of the greatest names in speed chess fight for their share of the $100,000 prize fund. Use !BCC in chat for all the details. And will we see a repetition or will the pieces get traded off? We'll know more about that as we get back from this break. Don't go anywhere.
Today we're going to go down into the New York City subway, set up a table on the subway platform, and see if we can get some strangers waiting for their trains to play chess with us. All right, now I'm going to see if I can get anybody. Hey.
I'll be Wyatt.
Wyatt.
Yeah, because I need all the advantage I can get.
Sounds like he knows what he's doing a little bit. Don't worry, I'm not that good.
Yeah? You're just out here playing chess, not that good.
Got the chess.com app. You ever play on your phone?
Oh, yeah.
You said he barely played.
I'm a teacher.
What do you teach?
Chess. I'm just kidding. Self-defense.
How do you stay sane?
I used to do a lot of meditation, take medication.
What's like lesson 101 of self-defense?
Run.
What are you listening to right now? Train, Sean Paul, Ed Sheeran. What is the meaning of life?
It's funny because like what I'm doing I feel like doesn't align with my philosophy on what the meaning of life is, but it's like obviously spend as much time with family as possible.
The best person you can be, get closer to God, not to be evil to each other.
There you go.
Good game, thanks for playing. Good game, thanks for playing.
Appreciate it.
I'll see you in a self-defense class. Enjoy Harry Styles.
I've worked with the two players, perhaps with the best chess intuition ever, Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. This course is generally about examples like this, common knowledge that's used on the highest level. Good intuition comes from knowing a lot of examples, from having seen examples, thought about them, and perhaps tried to implement the principles, but under different circumstances. Having thought about it, having tried to implement it in a way, and having debated it. So that's more or less what I try to do at this course. Basically puts the foundation for positional understanding, positional intuition you will see in many players.
We're just waiting on Lei's choice here.
kudos to Lei Tingjie for a really, really impressive performance.
Lei Tingjie has won this match. Huge congratulations. What a performance. Great games.
And that's it.
Resignation.
That's it. Lei Tingjie, the winner of the 2023 Candidates Finals. Congratulations to Lei Tingjie and her supporters.
Hello and welcome back, and we are looking at Lei Tingjie in concentration as she waits for her opponent Wenjun to make that move. And we left you with some big decisions, big questions. Will this position end in a threefold repetition? Will it simplify into a drawn rook and pawn ending? Well, Wenjun is about to answer that question when she makes her move. Will she simply slide the king and say, you know what, my position is as solid as they come, you can't break through? That takes a lot of guts to play that move. Or will she look for a more forcing continuation and try to clarify the position in that way? It's a decision to be made, isn't it, Judith?
Well, to tell you the truth, it seems like both are more or less the same outcome. The only thing it's whether you're ready psychologically to just sit and wait, and you say, okay, I'm not looking there, I just play king g8, king h8, you know? Do whatever you want.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. And that takes guts, right? To sit there and have the confidence to do nothing.
Yeah, it's also psychological whether, do you have any problem with the fact that you're doing nothing and you give the opportunity for the opponent that you decide when we agree to a draw, you know? You can go king h2, you can go h5, you can go rook b3, you can go rook b5, and you try, you act like you want to do anything, or you say that, you know what, I don't want to play king g8, king h8, which was my style. I wanted to go the straightforward. I calculate rook b7, rook b7, rook c6, takes, rook c4. I grab the pawn, you grab my pawn. Easy draw, right? So why should I be sitting there and thinking with king g8, king h8? But you have to make a decision. So it's a matter of taste also, and matter of style also, I believe, that which one do you choose and if you have any problem psychologically with it. But she went down in time behind for the first time maybe in the game.
She's gone down to under 12 minutes and she's she's picked up the king.
This is her style.
And interesting enough, she didn't slide it over to g8. She just moved it to h7, and now Lei Tingjie has an additional opportunity. She can actually play queen to d3 check and drive the king backwards. Whether she'll want to do that or whether it does anything remains to be seen. But definitely something that Lei Tingjie will consider and will use some time on.
At the same time, after king h7, for example, rook c6 or rook exchange on b7 and rook c6 is not an option, because then queen d3 check first, and after that the rook captures the pawn on d7. So it is very clear that after king h7, in the next move, black has no other choice than only to use her king. So any move will happen, king h2, h5, whatever, black has to move with the king. There is no other choice. While in the previous position, the king on h8, then there was another choice to play rook c6 after rook b7.
Yeah. Yep, as you highlighted, because of this check, black can only shuffle their king. It was also possible, if you put the king on g8, that you could try to untangle with queen f8.
Yes, but you don't want to allow white to capture, to get two rooks for the queen. That's not what you want, because that can be dangerous only for black. You don't gain anything, but you can lose, maybe even the game.
Oops, that was my bad. I'm okay. So I've refreshed It's what happens when you click random squares. This is also one of the reasons why I struggle a little bit when it comes to online chess, because I'm not that controlled in my mouse. And Judith, have you ever played online chess before? Like, obviously, you must have done before in the past, but in terms of competition.
No, to tell you the truth, I was playing online chess, even giving simultaneous exhibition back a few decades ago. Well, not few, but okay, 2 decades ago, a little bit more than that, when Kasparov created his website. And they asked me to do some events, but I had some bad experience. At the time, they were not so aware of filtering out who is watching, who is talking, what are in the chat, and it was not so funny. It was I found myself that somebody acted like me and saying things in my name. So after some time, I was just not reacting, saying, sorry, guys, I'm out of here from the chat because I'm going to be only playing Blitz with you because there is this guy who is acting in my name. So it was very confusing. And so I had this bizarre experience, and I was very careful to play online. So I was not even a player who was practicing online for training games or anything like that. I always had trainers or training partners around me, so I didn't need it that much. And basically the online chess events, serious and nice and good events, came in basically around COVID. Before that, there were also some events, but really actively, it's in the last 3 years practically. So I have no experience. I don't know what is the feeling of it to play from home, to have a mindset of a competitive atmosphere creating at your home, and not to talk about the esport way where you're sitting at the same table with your opponent, but actually you don't see each other because you have this screen in front of you. So that is something very, very new for me, and I don't know how I would be dealing with that.
Well, there's new things at play when it comes to the online world, and certainly being good with the mouse and being good at technology, being fast, is very important. And also just accepting that sometimes the internet gods smile on you and sometimes they don't. Sometimes you will be victim of a lag, or you'll be victim of a mouse slip, and sometimes you're going to win those particular games. And we do see h5 on the board, but I did want to ask you, do you sometimes bring out your phone, your iPad, and just play an online game anonymously?
No, you will not find me with my name or anonymously either. Maybe with time it will come when I have more time for things like that, but for now I'm so busy with things that sometimes I'm checking some composition studies, or if I see something on Instagram, somebody uploads something or some friends sending over some puzzles, and I may look at, of course, the games of top tournaments where I'm not commentating, I'm not involved. Also, I try to look back sometimes, but otherwise I'm so busy with my things that I don't really have time. And I see commentaries like when you're doing and others on big events.
Mm-hmm. And talking about upcoming events, what are your plans, Judith? Tell us more.
Now I'm very much deeply working on a school children's book, which is going to be 6 part of series, and we are very actively working with my team and the publisher on implementing in a very nice book series my method. It's basically using chess and the chess patterns, very basics, the rules of chess only, but mainly the algorithm. And we have the chess palace, we have very nice graphics, we have every piece being a character. So it's a skill building for a group of age between 4 to 8. And so that I'm very much involved, many hours daily I'm working on that. And of course, I'm preparing a lot for the next Global Chess Festival, which is going to be in October, mid-October, 14th and 15th. It's going to be on the 15th online, 14th is going to be in Budapest, so that's a new form of doing it. And apart from that, I do commentaries, also mentoring some Hungarian youngsters, and many, many other things.
Yeah.
What about you?
I'm looking forward to reading your books, because I find all your books to be incredible, and they're very instructive, very clearly written as well. So definitely one to buy. Me, I'm just I have one tournament lined up to play. I got invited to play in an event, so I hopefully will be going there in Dortmund to play alongside Kramnik and the same team. The team is called Chess Pensioners, so I must be honest, wasn't completely sold on the name, but okay, it's still enough to be on the same team as these legends.
Yeah, if you're a pensioner with Kramnik, that can be acceptable, I guess.
Exactly. And then there's a commentary happening. It's a lot of chess commentary with a lot of wonderful co-hosts like yourself. But for the time being, I am covering all the Women's World Championship games, and I'm super excited about that, because I can't wait to see whether we'll have a new world champion or whether it will be Wenjun, who is 4-time reigning Women's World Champion. And in the meantime, we did see some moves, and well, apparently, just to rewind, so King H7 was played, and Lei Tingjie responded with H5. And with H5, would you believe it? A new line was unlocked. It sounds like a computer game. And new level unlocked. Congratulations. And there was an interesting line that Black could have played Rook takes Rook. And after Rook takes Rook, and it looks like there's a lot of pressure on the D7 pawn. But get this, Black could have played Rook C3. And the point was that the point is after Queen takes D7, Queen to F6. This is these lines courtesy of Bick, and Queen D1 would actually fizzle out into a draw. But it's a more comfortable draw because Black has broken out. So as it stands, that line was not played, because I think Rook C3 is a very difficult move to play unless you're forced to play it. It's much easier just to kind of keep that pendulum swinging backwards and forwards and maintaining the same pattern. Wenjun just retreated her king to H8 after H5, and now Rook 2 to B5 on the board.
But I'm sorry, I still don't understand that. I mean, if you want to give up the D7 pawn, then force the exchange of queens. Then there is no reason to keep the queens on the board, I think.
So, so this is a question, right now. So we were looking at lines like Rook takes Rook, Rook takes Rook. No, it's not possible now because of Rook to B8. Well, maybe it is possible.
But Rook C6 is possible.
But Rook C6 is certainly possible. And this is where we were looking at Queen takes D7.
I just don't understand why Black...
Are there any other moves? Are there any other moves than Queen takes D7? Nothing. That I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking that there's nothing here that I would be comfortable playing with white.
Well, maybe Queen D4.
Yeah, but you take a step backwards, and I feel like Rook C7.
Rook C7.
No, Rook C7 would lose. No, Queen B6. Yeah,
Rook C8.
So there is that.
It's not losing. Sorry, it's not losing. Not. But okay, Rook C8 takes Rook A7.
And you also have moves like. I was just wondering whether. No, Queen A8 is not going to work because of Queen takes D7.
The same issue. I've done that already. Nothing has changed since.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I would have just played this earlier, but yeah, you can go Rook C7, Queen B6, Rook C8. Very
I'm done
nice
with the
draw. Look
question.
at this. Queen d6, rook c6, queen d4, rook c7, queen b6. What a beautiful repetition.
Oh yeah,
Series of
Hang on.
3 moves.
There.
Yeah, yeah.
Back again.
Beautiful.
Hang on.
Not a simple
And
simplification.
black simply goes
Yeah.
up, down. Oh, hang on a second. Black is also going up, down.
Yeah.
And in the middle. Wow, that is a very nice line. But okay, the big question for Ji Wenjun, does she want to disturb the harmony of what she's done so far?
I mean, doesn't matter
can
what
she simply just go king h7 or king g8?
One thing is for sure, she has to start playing a little faster because she still has to make 8 moves. 9.
Yeah. She
So
certainly does. And I also have one line, which is like Rick given to us by Bick. He is on fire today. He's spotting all the forced draws. Rook c4, rook takes, and apparently it's the only move, and queen a8. And wait 1 second. We actually have rook takes rook on the board. Let's refresh because we could be heading down into this line. So rook takes rook, and
queen
instead
f6.
queen f6. Breakout initiated just when you thought it was going into repetition town. No. Lei Tingjie and Ji Wenjun fighting it out.
Well, I tell you how it's going to be a draw. Rook d7, rook c3, rook d8 check, king h7, queen f8. And finally we're gonna reach the rook endgame. Or did I blunder something?
Apparently, yes, you did. So
I thought it's a draw. If queen b8, queen f3, I thought it's...
I'm guessing rook f8.
Ah, rook f8 you have. Uh-oh. That I blundered. And queen b8.
Trouble.
No.
Trouble.
No,
on
this
the
is
back
why
row.
I don't... You see, you can always go wrong. If you simplify with the rook endgame, you don't go wrong. It's just a draw.
That's true. The margin of error is a lot less in the.
So after rook
ending,
d7, maybe she wants to go rook f8. Of course. Rook f8.
Rook f8. And there's a threat against the f2 pawn. Maybe the queen is coming down to f3.
Yeah, queen c5. Though king c5 can be bad for white. Because check on f3 and rook b8.
But still, everyone has problems, right? So you could just hide your king on h2 and say, you leave the 8th row and I will come and occupy it with some
Also a
danger.
draw.
Also a draw, yes. But not repetition town just yet. The players are moving towards the 40 move. And once they pass 40 moves, then they can offer a draw. And as we learned from Daniel Naroditsky, you've got to make eye contact. Also, before playing out a repetition, you've got to look at your opponent and kind of go, are we on the same page?
Yes.
And if they look back and go, absolutely, then you can proceed with your repetition.
You know, it's interesting that I don't see the players looking at each other too much. They don't have eye contact. They look at the board, but not much on the opponent, which is quite strange because I think when Dink played, they were more with Nepo. They were more looking at each other.
Do you think that's because these two, Lei Tingjie and Ji Wenjun, they're friends? They've known each other for many years, and so they
friends?
need that distance. Yeah, they certainly behave like they're friends off the board. I mean, right at the beginning, the two were posing for a photo shoot, and they just collapsed into laughter, and it looked very, very friendly. Like they couldn't quite take each other seriously, and somehow or other, I suspect that they're not looking at each other just because they want that professional distance.
Maybe. maybe.
Did you ever have to play close friends, your sisters?
Well, when I was playing with my sisters, we very rarely were playing it out. That was my mother's wish from the very beginning, that, okay, we can be fighting with everybody, but we don't fight even on the chessboard with each other. So 90% or 99% of the cases, we were just making draws, which was illegal, right? To make prearranged games and make a draw, but it was simply part of the sport. That sometimes people made a draw, so this was somehow very clear to us. And a few occasions that we were playing each other with friends, I don't think I ever made draws just like that. Because it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I was always playing the games out, and okay, I was playing with friends, I was playing with people who I was training with, but we always played. It was maybe once
seconds?
or twice. Actually, I did not have many seconds. I had Psahis, and I think that's it.
Oh, okay. Sahis was your main.
Yeah.
Second.
In the midnight. Well, the first time he was seconding me, it was when I played against Boris Spassky. That was a match in '93. Because I met him in '92. We were playing, there was a tournament organized by our sponsor, Joop van Osterom, who was a big chess lover. And there were no tournaments for us. And they said, okay, no problem, let's make a tournament. And then that's where Psahis was also was invited, and Gulko and Sachs and some good names, and there we became friends. And then when I played against Spassky, I called him that if he's ready to be my second. And then later on we worked together for quite some years. But usually I was making my home preparation at home. And at the tournament already, I was not necessarily feeling so comfortable. I was not so much on the side to have coaches.
And
F4, look at that.
I know. I was just going to comment on this move. I mean, it was entirely unexpected because, queen and rooks are on the board. It's all to do with piece activity and king safety. And Lei Tingjie, she's broken one of my golden rules, which is protect your king at all costs in these type of endings. I think she gets away with it. Not I think she gets away with it. She definitely does, because the queen and her rook are so active and black's king not particularly safe. But from now on, Lei Tingjie has to tread. Oops, and there I am again, making random moves. Apologies. I meant to click on an empty square. And yeah, rook c8. She has to tread cautiously because black is threatening rook c2 check.
It's a good question that who is playing for a win this game. What feeling do you have?
I have a feeling that Lei Tingjie is trying
finally exchanging the queen, offering a queen exchange.
I don't know. Somehow with f4, I suspect that it's Lei Tingjie trying to just get the better half of the draw.
Yeah, but now simply queen exchange, then go rook c5, g4, rook c3, and finally they can agree to a draw.
Mm-hmm. And Vex asks, I guess arguments were solved for chess in the Polgar household.
Yeah, we played a lot and debating on the chessboard. We had many tournaments, blitz tournaments at home. 3 of us and inviting one more person.
And how did they work? Were they kind of like, did you have like the first one to 5, the first one to 10?
No, it was round robin. Let's say we are 4 of
okay.
us, and we made round robin of, I don't know, 4 games, 6 games with each, or only 2, depending how much time we were spending on that.
And what was the atmosphere like? Were you guys trash talking with each other, or was it just very civilized competition?
Well, of course we were. It went for life or death, but but it was no problem. Well, sometimes, who lost was not so happy, but we had the fighting spirit, that's for sure.
Okay. It just reminded me of the competitions that I had with my brother. So obviously when we started, he was much stronger than me, and he was like, ugh, he would play me, and he's like, if you can beat me once, you win. And then it slowly became best of 5, and then it became best of 10.
Okay.
And, there was a lot of trash talking going on, and to this day, it introduced some character in these blitz tournaments, because I had to deal with a lot of humiliation, and also he had to do the same as well. But the funny thing is, as soon as I became an international master, he stopped. It's like, he was like, no more anymore. And do you think the queens will come off?
Well, I don't think.
Or the queen has to take a step back to F8.
No.
But it's just the fact that Wenjun hasn't made a move, and I wonder whether she's thinking about rook c2 check. Would that spoil everything? Rook c2?
No, actually, rook c2 maybe is the best move. I don't know what white has in mind. Maybe king h3 is possible, because if king f3, rook c3 check again.
Yeah. King h3. At least the king has been driven farther away.
No, I would just play. Black cannot win.
No.
I think she should just go queen takes d4, move before, takes, rook c5.
Okay, so just take this.
And she took
rook
it.
Takes.
Rook c5, g4, and let's go e5. Of course, if the king would be on h7, it would be even better.
Okay, well, we have some moves. So she's done everything except no e5. So let's queen takes queen on the board.
King g8.
Which makes a lot of sense.
Move 37. But I just don't understand one thing, if Wenjun wants to go into this simplification rook b7, why didn't she have her king on g8 on the first place? Right? You try to make your setup in a way, or what was, I don't know.
No, I was thinking about when to do it. So when she started with his king h. So if we go back in time to h4, this is the time you're suggesting.
Yeah, and this is something, this is something that you have to decide. Can I go king h8, king g8, or I go rook c6? Mm-hmm. But it's or takes and rook c6. But the best thing is to make a decision and to stick with that, and then you don't spend so much time. You just you just go and play, because it's a draw. Oh. And this can happen that, this is a draw. Eventually you change your mind.
It's the importance of having a plan and being consistent. But this is why chess is so difficult, because at times you are required to pivot. And you're trying to, you have to be flexible. And in this case, I agree that certainly if Wenjun wanted this endgame, she should have broken out earlier. And we see king g8. But let's face it, Wenjun isn't in any trouble here at all.
No.
Because the white rook is tied down to the 4th line to protect the a4 pawn, and it's very difficult for the white king to come in and do something. Because
what is
will always be waiting.
What is interesting that Lei Tingjie, she's sitting there if this position is gives any hope for victory. Check. King f3. So does she give another check or rook a2?
We're gonna.
I think she goes rook c3 check.
I think she's going to go rook c3 check, judging by the speed of which Wenjun played this, and she does look like she's poised to... Nope, rook a2 played. And perhaps we will see a repetition in the end from the king to g4, king to f7. It's very difficult to come up. Oops. Oh, God. Sorry about that, everyone. I did not mean to pull up the analysis board. My apologies. And as pointed out by chat, as soon as the players pass move 40, they do get a bonus time of 30 minutes, and they still have that 30-second increment which they will be getting per move. But in the end, you can have all the time you like, but it doesn't matter if the board is still a dead draw, and it certainly looks... Yeah. And it's true, I'm reading that. Yovi loses the Women's Championship with a mouse slip. Yes, as you can see, I've been clicking on random squares, and suddenly, before I know it, I've been moving pieces. Hasn't happened so much. I've been very lucky, but today I don't know what's happened. It's the rain. It's impacting on my technology skills. And we see rook a2, and the players... Once they pass move 40, I wonder whether they'll offer draw or whether they will find a repetition, because there's just complete standstill in this position. The rook on a2, attacking this pawn. The white rook forced to defend. It cannot leave it at the 4th row. And that means the only piece that is mobile is the king. But the king is going to get blocked at every single avenue. It can't cross to the 5th row. It can't also leave protection of the g3 pawn, and if it gets to g4, it doesn't have a forward destination, as it has no avenue to enter the black position.
Yeah, it's interesting for how long they want to play this out, and I mean, both know that it's a dead draw, but I'm curious how Lei will be entering into a draw. You see, she's like holding her hand. If it's like anything special she can figure out.
She does look like she's pulling her hair out, desperately trying to figure something out.
The impression she gives, it's like, wow, let's calculate. Let's calculate all the sharp lines.
And king g4 played. But did you take a look at Wenjun's posture? I mean, she was sitting back in her reclining chair.
Yeah, it's like...
And it was just like, you know...
The day is done.
Exactly. Why are we here? And king g4 and some... Did Lei Tingjie just offer a draw and walk away? I mean, because did you see the look that Wenjun gave? And mediocre stream asks, how many calories do you burn a game playing at this level? It's funny, but you can burn a lot of calories just through the nervous tension and the energy. I remember at the Isle of Man one year, I think some player had burnt like 1,700 calories just through playing a game of chess.
Well, in some games when I played also, I lost a few kilos. I remember in some specific games, you may even lose 3 kilos or something. I never did that much, but a long, tough, exhausting, stressful game, 5-6 hours, it can be more stressful, and you burn more than playing a tennis match.
And I completely agree.
Sounds strange.
But somehow or other, after doing some physical exertion, yes, you're like physically worn out, but you still have some kind of capability. But after a very tough chess game where you've been working hard for 7 hours, you just tire yourself out. You just cannot do anything. I've had moments where I've just literally gone back to my room and just looked at a screen, watching the most brainless thing on television. And we see Wenjun. What is she playing? Rook A3.
I just don't find it too promising that they spend so much time on this part of the game. I don't understand why not King F7, if already. I mean, this way, I would also go on. Rook E6, Rook A4, King F5. I mean, why to allow all this? Not clear.
Yeah.
Of course, everything is a dead draw, I understand.
Okay, but let's have a look at how things can go wrong for Ju Wenjun, because Ju Wenjun has allowed Rook E6. And Rook A4, King F5.
King F5. Probably the best is to go Rook B4.
Right.
Or King F7 to start.
But if you go King F7...
Maybe just King F7.
The Rook can get
A6.
behind.
Exactly. This can be annoying. Rook A3, G4.
Rook A3.
Rook A4.
G4.
No, I would rather not allow this. I mean, it's still a draw, but it's White who is giving some hard seconds.
Yeah, I mean, how is this an easy draw? Because you have Rook A7 coming, King G6. I almost feel like you should.
Yeah, but on King G6 you have always Rook G1 if you want. Like, for example, you go A4.
Okay.
Rook A7.
Yeah.
Oh, is it lost already?
Yeah, I'm not seeing.
But you know why it's lost,
King
because
G6.
King F8, King G6, Rook G3, G5.
So King G6, Rook G3, G5.
I think G5, and after HG, F5. I think FG5 would be a draw. But maybe not. Maybe that's also a win, because A3, Rook
also
F7.
you do have Rook F7 at the end of it, and Rook takes G7, and woohoo! Two
Yeah.
pawns. And 2 pawns can walk it very nicely to
No,
the
this is
finish line.
impossible if this will be another result than the draw.
Okay, so Rook A... Let's go back to the game position. So Rook A3, Rook takes pawn, Rook takes A4, King F5. I feel
Rook
like
B4.
now you have to go Rook B4. You have to do something now, because otherwise this Rook A7, King G6.
Okay, Rook King G6.
King G6 coming.
Rook B8. And now you have great
A6.
opportunity to lose the game. Rook F8. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Thanks for the game.
Okay, what you just saying that if I get greedy, which I often said I am, I will lose on the spot with Rook F6. Check.
But the problem is, if you're not greedy anymore, you're also losing the game.
Well, I have some moves before I can get away with. So
before resigning, you mean?
Okay, wait. I have
no,
some moves.
here you can still get along with G4.
Yeah, that's what
instead
I was
of Rook
thinking.
A. Here you
G4.
can still. You're still alive. How is it possible?
So I have you can't defend A5, and I have G5 at the end of it.
But how is it going? First of all, Rook F4 is possible. Secondly, what if I go
Okay,
rook
G5.
f6?
Oh, hang on a second. Let's go back to the players, because we might see this on the board. And we saw rook takes e6, rook takes a4, and king f5. And, well, Ju Wenjun confidently leaning back, telling us that she knows what she's doing, and Lei Tingjie leaving the board.
But hold on, if you go rook b5, rook a6, not king g6.
So we're going back to that, so
Yeah.
rook b4.
Yeah, rook b4, rook a6.
Rook a6, and king, rook to b5 check.
King g6.
King g6, and then this is... Feels quite scary to me, but I guess one should abandon the defense of the a5 pawn.
Well, I understand, but it's going to be one extra pawn for Lei. And for why are we sitting here? Moreover, why they are sitting there when they have... You see, this is the kind of wasting energy. Very important, very highly valued energy. When you have 3 more games, this is a mistake, for example, by Ju Wenjun, I think.
Do you think
that she was not straight enough? Of course, it's a draw. I mean, 3 against 2 is a draw. But you're cursing yourself that why are you ending up and why you're still sitting here when I was a pawn up? I should just simplify going rook b7, rook c7. Already then, back then, you know, when all the white pawns were still on f2 and h4 or h2.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least I was cursing myself if I ended up in a situation like this. I thought, okay, why couldn't I just sit down 10 minutes, think it over what I want and stick to that?
Well, she's certainly made a few inaccuracies then, you know, because she's been inconsistent moving the king, and as you indicated. And then I'm suspecting that rook a3 was just simply an oversight. After king g4, she just played rook a3, just expecting king h3 and just forgetting that this was on prise.
But also, to go to g8 with your king, it's just not a good decision. It had to be on h7. That's where it's the best placed. Because it's safe and it's guarding the g6 square.
Mm-hmm.
Now she's losing tempo on everything. Maybe king h7 is the best move now as well, by the way. Maybe that's the simplest.
It could be the simplest. And here, I mean,
yeah.
Here I was expecting.
Maybe that's
here
what,
I was expecting not rook a3. I was simply expecting king f7. That's the move that I thought was happening. And I told everyone, I announced it to everyone, the king is going to find its home on f6. And instead, I think it was an oversight. Perhaps it's tiredness creeping in, because we've seen Ju Wenjun just make some inaccurate choices at times. And if we were to fast forward to the game position, let's refresh, and we are going to see this is the position right now. Well, white has a very simple plan of putting the king on g6 and then the rook on e8 to deliver checkmate, and use this idea to advance her kingside pawns or to actually nibble on this pawn on g7. So Judith's saying that maybe the best idea is just simply to put the king on h7. Just simply stop this idea once and for all.
Well, white is going to be playing rook a6 to start with. After that, black, let's say, goes rook a1, g4, a4.
Yeah, and it's important to know that after moves like g5, this looks very scary, but after pawn takes pawn, you are able to drive the white king away with rook f1 check. But still, there's some danger in the air. For instance, g5 could come, at a point, say for instance after a4, oops, mouse slipping again, could come this opportunity, and white will try to get through g5, g6, or maybe even walk the king round. It's a dangerous, more dangerous than Wenjun would have liked. And we are going to leave Wenjun there, considering actually just made her move. King moves to h7, just as predicted, preventing the white king coming to g6. Well, we are in for a treat as we find out whether Lei Tingjie will simply just accept that the position is a draw, or will she push for more? Well, we'll find out in a few minutes, because we are going to take another break. So see you all in a few minutes. Hello everyone, welcome back, and we are in Chongqing, right in the middle of all the action of the Women's World Championship Game 9. And there you can see what a bustling metropolis that Chongqing is. A place that is rich in culture, in geography, and of course in chess, because it is the home city of Lei Tingjie, and Lei Tingjie has the white pieces, but she is in a completely drawn endgame against Wenjun. And here they are playing out their moves. We do see Lei Tingjie put her rook behind the passed a-pawn, and we see Wenjun rapidly respond with putting the rook on a1. And we were discussing during this break, are there any advantages to playing out a drawn position like this? Because the players have passed move 40. They could look at each other and simply say, would you like a draw? And that would be a very natural conclusion to the game. But for whatever reason, they're still there at the board. They're still thinking. And every time we see Lei Tingjie using minutes on her clock to just come up with a plan. So do you ever think that there's an advantage to playing out what is completely drawn position?
To tell you the truth, if it would be a tournament game, I think they would have been agreed to draw already. But as it is a match, they are kind of trying to tear apart each other's nerves. And I think probably they have too much pride also somehow, that I'm not going to be offering a draw. Come on, it's a dead draw. But if none of them is going to be offering a draw and they don't make a repetition of moves, then they're going to be playing out until 2 kings, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't think that any of the players have any thoughts on that they can really win this game, you know? Before King H7 was played, there was a slight chance if black goes nuts and goes crazy and allows king to go to G6 for white, then most likely it's not winning for white, but it could be some dangers and bad seconds and stressful moments for black. But after King H7, you have to make so many serious mistakes to lose the game that it's not on this level. And I have to tell you that if any of the players would make such a big mistake that the game would be decided, I would be even more upset. Because you cannot do at this level. It means that somebody is completely cracking under pressure, right? But it will not happen. So I'm kind of an experienced player already. So on these things, I just would go the less energy consuming idea. I would offer a draw and let my opponent to say, no, I want to play the dead draw position, you know? But of course, everybody is different, and maybe they think, no, I'm not going to be offering a draw. Let you offer a draw.
And there we see Wenjun quickly advancing the a-pawn. And I really thought that Wenjun would be offering the draw, because out of the two players, Wenjun has more to gain from this draw. She, after all, will have 2 white pieces in the next 3 games. And also, just judging from the body language, you know, she was sitting back, she was like swiveling the chair, and she looked like she was thinking, Lei, you know it's a draw, I know it's a draw. Can we just go back to our hotel rooms and just get dinner? And there again, a4 on the board.
Wenjun gives this impression, what you just described, right? That, okay, it's a draw, but I'm still sitting here with you. And if you want, I'm assisting to make some more moves, acting as part of the show. But I think now it will be that Lei will be just playing Rook A7, Rook A8, Rook A7, Rook A8. And after all, it is going to be a repetition of moves. Though not the whole game was so boring at this point, I'm sorry to say. We had some fun lines in the opening part, which was interesting choice by Wenjun to play the E6 system, Sicilian system. So actually it seemed like she was ready for a fight. It's not that they wanted to play a very solid and drawish game, but it ended up to this point.
Yes, and talking about those interesting moments, let's revisit the opening, because that was probably the most fascinating part of the game, especially because Ju Wenjun surprised us all. Let me just head back to the beginning. And she surprised us all by playing the Sicilian and just employing an opening she hadn't really played since 2018. So that was perhaps a surprise for Lei Tingjie. And things got spicy around this point where this pawn attacked the knight, and we did highlight that if the knight dropped back to e7, that would probably be the most embarrassing game that Ju Wenjun has ever done, or embarrassing mistake that Ju Wenjun has ever done, because the knight would have moved to d6, and that would have been an unfortunate checkmate, as the king has got no squares. We do like checkmates, but here things could have gotten complicated. So for instance, after not knight e7, let me move one move back. Technology is not my friend today. There's been some gremlins, and for instance, black could have actually played knight f6, because there's something that we saw, that this knight on e4 is loose, and after knight f6, so for instance, I mean, there's an amazing line that Vic showed us, that the knight could have retreated to d2, and apparently black isn't obliged to move the knight away from f6, and could have played queen c7. So with the idea of pawn takes knight, bishop takes pawn, would have been quite spicy, to say the least. But knight d2.
This looks a lot of fun, and it's typical, again, this computer world, right? That simply the moves which before a decade ago you thought it's just obligatory, right? The knight is attacked, you move it away. And nowadays it's just no, nothing is obligatory. Anything can happen, any move can happen. But actually there is a logic behind it, because knight d2, of course, it's not a good move, because it closes the bishop's power from c1, and anyway it just comes back and becomes passive. So yeah, it's not a healthy position for white, but I love queen c7.
Queen c7 is a very nice move. Also loads of possibilities after knight f6. So for instance, knight f6 if that had been played, and in the game, just to kind of reinforce, knight e3 was played, but knight f6 could have allowed white to play knight d6 check, and after bishop takes knight, queen takes bishop, and knight e4, queen d4, and it really does feel like anything can happen here after d5 castles. We would have been seeing a completely different game play out.
But still, I'd rather play it with white. Still have my bishop.
I would rather
there.
be white. Exactly. And you have a pawn on e5. I love pawns on e5 because you can always back them up with a kingside pawn storm. Although at this time, white probably should focus on chasing away the knight on e4. But that didn't happen in the game, because instead of choosing knight f6, Ju Wenjun, true to her style, she went for a more simple approach, and after knight to e3, bishop e3, we saw a position that was simplified, and soon the light squared bishops left the board, and Ju Wenjun managed to find this amazing, brilliant move. Can you remember what move it was?
I think it
was roundabout.
Yes.
Here.
Yeah.
Rook f7, and this was the move that got a double exclamation mark awarded from the game review, and the whole point was after queen takes bishop, black regains the sacrifice material and has the slightly better chances on account of this weak pawn. So there were definitely a lot of really interesting moments in this position and in this game so far. And if we go back all the way to the game continuation, we can just see that let me just go back, that the players, let's actually recap a few more moves. So we left it at a4. So Ji Wenjun has just been doing her thing. Lei Tingjie also moving the rook up and down. And after a3, well, suddenly Lei Tingjie decided that she was going to pose a few problems to Ji Wenjun by pushing the g4 pawn, rook a2, g5, and f takes g5. And so there is a big threat on the board that Ji Wenjun has to be very careful. g6 and rook h8. Checkmate is being threatened.
But you know, now, of course, rook f2 is one of the moves, which is the most obvious, but I wouldn't be surprised if black would be just playing g6 herself.
Okay.
Playing g6, takes, king g7.
Okay, but let me just quickly show the checkmate that's been threatened. So the rook will come to a1, let's just say, and look at the bar! It's shot up! Just to kind of close out this. g6, and once the king steps forward, the rook will swing across to h8, and that will be happy days indeed for Lei Tingjie. And Ji Wenjun, I don't think, would ever forgive herself if she fell for this. And there we actually see Ji Wenjun sacrifice a pawn in order to negotiate this checkmating idea. And that's why she played g6. No checks for her. And after h takes g6, king to g7. So Ji Wenjun's idea is that the rook will come and give a check to the white king whenever that white king is sniffing around on the 6th row.
She's going to be pushing g7, and then the only important thing for black is to go king h7. Though rook b2 is also a dead draw, but king g7 I think is more.
Yeah, it's very important in rook and pawn endings to not forget that rooks can check from behind, but they can also check from the side.
And these
so
are
many
the two
times people forget it.
Yeah, this is the two defensive idea, and you have to alternate it. Most of the time it's from behind.
Yeah, very rarely is it from in front. So players should lose 3k ELO for a draw. Oh, tough. That is really harsh, because chess, after all, I mean, it is a draw. It's been mathematically worked out by the computers to be a draw. And you know, when it comes to computer chess and these championships that they play, they're not allowed to play mainstream openings, because if they played mainstream openings, then it would just simply fizzle out into a draw. So that's why you see them just lock heads and like gambits, for instance, and more obscure openings. g7 on the board. Okay, so we have a threat. So if Ji Wenjun is careless, we should show this. Rook plays rook a1, and oh my goodness, the evaluation bar moves up again, and that's because the king will come to g6, and there is no way to prevent rook a8. Checkmate.
You know, it's interesting that once I played in Gibraltar, and I played against Maria Muzichuk. And I had a rook endgame where I had a pawn, rook, king against her king and rook, and her king was completely cut away. And practically I was studied there, and I had just no idea why she was playing on for like 20 moves until I queened my pawn. And I just couldn't understand it. Why she was playing, and I don't understand. Somehow in ladies competition, I feel that even on the highest level, they may play out very elementary games, and I don't know if it's a lack of respect or they believe that they can change things. I'm sorry to saying this, because I don't want to say bad things about women chess, but I just see that it has the image somehow that you play until the very end because you have a chance until the very end. But simply there are situations that I think you have to respect yourself and your opponent to understand that some things you don't play on. I mean, you can play on, of course, that's not a problem.
But here I would say it's more to do with the fact that neither of them want to offer a draw. And I think it's just that. None of them have thought to offer a draw. I think the situation is so tense. And often, I think that's the case with women chess players as well. You know, they're playing out just because you just play it out, just almost through inertia, and just to kind of cope with the fact that you are going to lose. Because, you know, women are very competitive, and you have to give yourself some time to accept that you are not going to get the result that you wanted. And there we see A2 on the board, and we will see a draw being agreed any moment now. And the players are just looking at each other and waiting. We're all waiting for that handshake. What is Lei Tingjie going to do? Just simply rook takes pawn. And just to highlight, this position is a theoretical draw because the rook on b6 cuts off the king. And so, say for instance, we see this move, rook takes pawn and king takes. Black's technique is very simple. So you wait here. All this rook will do is wait on the 6th line, the 6th row, and as soon as white steps forward with a pawn, okay, let me just take that move back. So let's try to do it now. The key thing to remember here is that the technique is for the rook to come back to the 1st row and start checking from behind, now that the king has got no shelter. So cut the king off and then check from behind.
Yeah, this is very important to know if anywhere else is the pawn is standing on F, E, D, E, C, B5. But the G pawn, you can also just put your back on B8 and leave it on the 8th. And that's also a dead draw.
Yeah, this is also a dead draw. So this is a terrible pawn to have in a rook and pawn ending. So but I thought I would clarify the Philidor's defense. Okay, yes. And now we see rook takes A2, king, and wow, no draw offer.
No, now they will be playing until the two kings.
No.
And you know what? Also, guys, many times they play it out, but they're just simply playing it out much faster. So as they both know that it's a dead draw, but they play it out. So I'm not saying that it's only ladies who play on these dead draw positions. They also like to play many times. It's just, let's go. Okay, so now we end up in two kings. So they're going to play G6. Maybe not.
No. Judith, the players are heading for that repetition. Both the players know that this is an elementary draw. The king has been cut off from the 6th row, and the pawn on G5 is not the best pawn to have. And we have it.
Draw grid.
It is a draw. Game 9. It's finishing a draw. The match is still very tense. Nothing can tell these two players apart. And that means 3 games are still remaining. And in 2 of those games, it will be Wenjun who has the white pieces. Wow, Judith. What are your impressions of the match so far?
Well, it became extremely interesting by the victory and equalizing by Wenjun in game 8. Today was not such a fireworks, but of course the tension was there until some point. But after some part of the game, it was clear that whatever happens is going to be, whatever moves they are going to be making, it's going to be a draw. And it does favor a bit Wenjun. So for now, there's a huge change for her in the last 2 games, what has happened. But I believe we are going to see still some very exciting moves and moments in the last 3 games of the World Championship match.
Definitely, and there we can see the scoreboard for the games that were played in Shanghai. And in game 7, the players moved location to Chongqing, and here we can here we can see the games at 7-12, and there we saw in game 8 that it was in fact a win for Zhu Wenjun. What incredible performance from her. And in game 9, after the players had a rest day, it was Zhu Wenjun who turned up in Chongqing with a very impressive opening preparation. She completely neutralized Lei Tingjie and, as it was, secured a very easy draw. Now, what will it be for Zhu Wenjun in game 10?
Well, I don't know what is her strategy, but it seems so that in the last several games she was the one who gave the surprises to her opponent, and I'm pretty sure that she wants to keep this streak and wants to put pressure on Lei, and I think she must feel a little bit more comfortable. Though, of course, nerves are a very big part of the game, especially when you're getting closer and closer to the last games. And but I'm pretty sure she will try to win the game. It's not that she comes to the game and she wants to make a draw and she's just going to be simplifying everything. I think she thinks that every game is an opportunity, so tomorrow is another one.
Yeah. And for Lei Tingjie, it's been a different scenario ever since the match has changed location. It feels like Zhu Wenjun, she's kind of leveled up. It's been all about her and her missed opportunities. But for Lei Tingjie, tomorrow she has the black pieces. She's playing Zhu Wenjun, who gets better and better. What will it be about? Will it just be about neutralizing the advantage of the white pieces, or will she try to just quicken her pace?
Well, I think we can see that she's always ready to sharpen things out, and we see in her game that she's always looking for initiative. Also today we've seen that she sacrificed the pawn. She was not looking for an exchange of pawns, but she rather sacrificed it for very active piece play. And this made the game nicely at the end, that it was just a very nice setup, that the kings were moving back and forth and it was a draw. So I like that in her game a lot, that she's always looking for piece play, for initiative, even sacrificing material in order to get that. And I think this is the danger what Zhu Wenjun may have to face, that if she's pushing too hard, then obviously Lei will kick back.
Yeah. And well, taking a look at the schedule, we can see the players will be playing one more game tomorrow, and then it will be a free day. And tomorrow we'll be joined by the chess queen herself, Alexandra Kastaniuk, and Judith. I would like to ask you one final question about this match. Do you think the time to start taking risks is now?
No, I don't think they are going to take crazy risks. I think they both have to keep calm as much as possible and keep under control. They still, if they can, they have to. The best strategy, I think, to keep playing as they played until now. Keep making not crazy risky decisions, but not playing for a draw. Just play a game.
Just play
and
a game.
And wait for your opponent's mistakes.
Because the mistakes will come. And Judith, I'd like to thank you very much for joining us here in the commentary, and it's been a pleasure, it's been a privilege to hear all your thoughts and to get your opinions on the match. And I can't wait for tomorrow. And talking about tomorrow, well, the match is at a deadlock once again. Zhu Wenjun and Lei Tingjie, nothing can tear them apart. But tomorrow, Zhu Wenjun will have the white pieces. Will she make that breakthrough once more like she did in Game 8? Well, there's nothing for it. You gotta tune in tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central European time to find out. Don't miss it.